I'm going to call the matters by the public portion of this meeting to start. And Commissioner Woodward, do we have cards?
We have Linda Smith, Cam Milani, Alexandria Larson.
Okay. Linda Smith, Jupiter, Florida, speaking on behalf of the Sierra Club. After the meeting, I'm asking to submit copies of the Treasure Coast Regional Planning Council Resolution number 2308, supporting action to reduce the use of single-use carry-out packaging. I've not seen a lot of action on this, although we signed on to it. Yes, I want to thank you for providing a recycle bin in the courtyard downstairs in this facility, and that's fantastic. But now I'd like to ask you to please up your game in communicating this more to the public. Every time I come to these meetings, I still pick up 10, 20 aluminum and plastic bottles out of the other trash receptacles. People just don't get the message. You'd think they would, but they don't. This commission has, indicated a certain amount of pride on our county's recycling numbers, which is great. But we can do so much better by re-engaging the public and re-educating the public. I think we've gotten a little lazy, or we've forgotten, or we don't think it matters anymore. And I know I've also heard that you don't want to be the trash police, but you give out tickets for speeding. I don't know. You have the ability to make not a resolution, but an ordinance. Consider creating commercial recycling, and while we're thinking about innovation, or maybe it would be actually retro, commercial composting. We used to make mulch out of the yard waste, and we could pick it up actually for free in our pickup trucks. Just to let you folks know, you missed a great screening of the documentary Bittersweet Muck this weekend, discussing the hazards of sugarcane burning. Your constituents are still being poisoned by an out-of-date technology of sugarcane burning. We need to transition to green harvesting to help heal the soil and actually create a healthy ecosystem out of the sugar fields, not reducing production, but actually increasing it. And now dipping into development for the last minute, I encourage you to reconsider the TDRs, or the transfer of development rights for property owners. Just stop all the swaps. We seem to be spending an awful lot of time just moving around little tiny puzzle pieces. And I don't think it's for the benefit of the county residents. I think it's for the benefit of the developers. We don't need, just continuous sprawl, more septic tanks that will need to have to be replaced and replumbed to sewer systems in the near future as the water table rises and we have issues with that. And finally, I believe sometime in the future you may be hearing about a development in the Boynton Beach area called the Boynton or the Nichols Forest. You may have seen it on the news, and I'm asking you not to sell the Palm Beach County portion, and I hope I'm not talking too late. Thank you.
Hi, I just got some notes here. Hi, my name is Cam Milani, and I'm the son of Cam D. Milani. After my father passed away 40 years ago, my mother sold the property we all know as Milani Park to the county. It is currently being considered in this year's budget. We have maintained our home adjacent to the Milani Park since 1974, and we have a very intimate understanding of our community as it relates to the park's history, especially as of lately. I'm here today to discuss this with you in the hope that you truly take into account consideration of the divergence from the park's original intention 40 years ago to what the environment is today. The town of Highland Beach and its residents have been adamantly opposed to this park for many years. 15 years ago, they went to court over the site plan. 100 parking spots were settled, with construction to begin roughly this budgetary cycle. As the park becomes imminent, residents of the town have been extraordinarily outspoken against the park. My mother has been approached during her daily walks by residents, and sadly, negative harassment has occurred in some instances. They cite road crossings and beach safety and the number of parking spots. The beach is too small to accommodate what could be close to 300 people at high tide with no beach. They really want us to support their wishes for the town to request the county to either cancel the park outright or at the very least reduce the parking spots to no more than 25. Up until recently, we have fought the town and its residents in their requests. However, it has become clear to our family that the park's original vision no longer has a place here. That is what 40 years does to a community. Many things have changed, and we see that we need to embrace that change too. I'm here on behalf of our family and my father to request the county to do two things. There's a stipulated settlement agreement, which has strict deadlines to deliver on 43 conditions of approval to satisfy the current approved site plan, and that deadline is about 1 year from now. I would first ask that the county to pass a motion directing county staff to request the town for an extension of 3 years to that deadline. This will give you some runway for number two. That, should the town grant the extension, that staff renegotiate the site plan with the town to be not more than 25 parking spots. We appreciate all the county has done to date, and this is too important we have to get it right. We want it to be a park that both the town and the county love. We continue to live in Highland Beach, and we want peace and harmony to exist forever with our neighbors. Thank you.
Commissioner Powell, your light is on.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And Mrs. Malani, with regard to the park, I know a while back we had a discussion. What was the original intent 40 years ago that you just brought up?
Well, it was a little before my time, but it's a beach park. I think the intent is to be a beach park. I think there were a lot more parking spaces at the beginning, and I think a lot has changed in Highland Beach over those years, but essentially a beach park.
And then what would be the difference between 25 spaces and 100 spaces?
I think it would lessen the impact that the community sees in terms of the size of the beach and just trying to mitigate what they think the beach can't contain that many people and the safety concerns of crossing on A1A.
Further follow-up, Madam Mayor?
Sure.
Your concerns and your mother's concerns with regard to extending or reducing the parking. The settlement agreement, hasn't it been extended previously?
It had been, yes. So the stipulated settlement agreement is complex, but simple at the same time. There had been a few extensions, one for 5 years, and I think that's now expired. So I think you have 2 years to deliver on the conditions of approval, which is about a year from now. And from what I've heard from staff before, it's a tight time frame. So I was just suggesting an extension to that to give you a little bit of runway to try and renegotiate the site plan.
Final question. The conditions of approval are in the approved plan.
Yes.
That will be met already? Those conditions are in there, the number of conditions?
Yes, in the stipulated settlement agreement.
Okay.
As far as I understand, that's the case.
This would be a question for staff to answer.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Commissioner Flores.
Mr. Milani, you said that originally you were in favor of the park,
Yes.
but you are no longer in favor of the park?
I'm trying to find a healthy compromise here. It's a tough spot for us. The town, there are factions of the town that don't want the park at all. There's some in the town that want, they're happy to have the park, but definitely not at 100 parking spots. So, and we're trying to play middle ground here and say, okay, can we have a park, but maybe only 25 spots instead of the original 100?
And the reason for the reduction from your behalf?
So I still think you can achieve the original intent of a beach park, something that, what was the intent of why you bought it in the first place, but lessen the impact that the town has viewed on their community with so many people coming to such a small piece of the beach.
There was a town hall that was held for this park, and I've heard so much about it that I wanted to attend to get a good grasp of what the community was was feeling or sensing, because I've never heard so much opposition for a beach park. And I really wanted to understand it. And I made comments here publicly that I said, if the beach park does not have 100 spots, I don't want it. I mean, we want to make sure that we have, that people, the general public can utilize this park. But at that particular town hall, I don't think there was any positive feedback. And I didn't stay the entire time. I think I probably was there for about 30 to 45 minutes. But we have a whole community that is not in favor. And I thought you guys were originally in favor of this. And you're saying that you're no longer in favor of moving forward with the 100 parking.
That's correct. I know our position has changed, and I'm sorry for the confusion, but it's just been overwhelming for the last year since I last spoke to this commission, actually around this time. The residents have been pretty strong.
So I guess I'm misunderstanding. Who is in favor of this park? And maybe this is a question for staff, but what I have seen is a whole community that's not in favor of a park that we're trying to build. So I guess that's a conversation for us at some point, but we're building a park that nobody wants? It makes no sense.
Vice Mayor Baxter.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, nice to see you.
Nice to see you again. So you've changed your position because you would like to still see the park but with less parking? Is that what I'm understanding?
It's tough to find the middle ground, but that's what I feel like the middle ground could be, just based on our conversations with some of you and some of the residents that, I think their preference is to cancel the park, which we also support, but I'm also cognizant of the needs of the county and perhaps the desires of the county. So that's where I came up with the idea of 25 parking spots instead of the 100.
So you would still support it if it only had 25 parking spots?
I would, yes.
And then, is Isami here?
Yes.
There you are. Hi, Isami. If you don't mind, I'd like to ask a few questions regarding where the process currently stands and financially, how much money have we put into this and what's left to spend?
Good afternoon. Isami Ayala, Director of Facilities Development and Operations. We're currently in design. We're less than a year out from having complete drawings to submit to the town for approval and permitting. I cannot give you top of my mind how much we have paid, but if you give me a few minutes, I can go back to my computer and pull the information.
Briefly, if we did want to try to accommodate the request, what would that look like?
That will entail reopening a settlement agreement that we and County Attorney and Ms. Kaufman can correct me, have advised against because the settlement agreement is the law between the parties. It brought litigation to an end. Under the current settlement agreement and the conditions established by it, we are not allowed to build less than 100 spaces. So that is the agreement that the town and the county reached many years ago.
Who was in favor of the 100 spaces, the county or the town?
The town added that as a condition. It is my understanding that it was a reduction from the original number of parking spaces proposed. And it was, as the name entails, a settlement agreement, so it was a negotiated number.
Is there anyone left who wants this park?
We have received during the community meetings comments in opposition and comments in favor. We have received both.
I mean, we get a lot of emails. I haven't really seen any in favor, which is why I'm asking. And then to the point of Commissioner Flores with the town hall, where I believe there were several hundred people there, and all the people who live near there don't want it.
The last town hall we did was in April, and we got comments on both sides. We were able to show the community the current status of the sign, and addressed the vast majority, if not all, of their questions. And the district commissioner was there with us as well. We have the comments cards that were submitted. So my comment to you, Vice Mayor, will be to say there are certainly a number of community members that feel strongly against the park, and we also have a number of community members that have expressed they would like to see the park moving forward. This park is also a level of service issue because it is meant to service county-wide, not only those in that community. So that's a little bit of the background behind this project.
Do you know approximately, or off the top of your head, how many county beach parks we currently have?
I don't know top of my head, but I can get the presentation in a second if you give me the opportunity, because we were in front of this board, I want to say February, March, with a full overview, and my colleague from the Parks Department, Jennifer, presented a full map with all the parks we have, and she specified the areas where we have an access desert. So it was part of the
Do
presentation.
you remember if that presentation included municipal parks as well?
She highlighted on her map the county-owned, which are the ones that we control, obviously, and she also had the information for the municipal parks in the area.
And would it meet the need if we did reduce parking to 25 spaces?
My answer will be no, because this is not meant to be a community or a park serving just the community. It's meant to address a level of service issue.
So this would then come down to a matter of if we wanted to proceed at all or not, that the compromise wouldn't really fulfill any of those needs?
The compromise, and it has been our position as county staff, with 25 spaces, you're not fulfilling a level of service, right? It needs to be a public park, and part of being a public park is being able to accommodate those that will come visit.
Thank you.
Of course.
Thank you.
Commissioner Woodward.
I just have some of the answers for the Vice Mayor's question. We have 14 beach parks, much heavier concentration in the northern part of the county than in the southern part of the county. There's a gap of 12 miles of no beach parks in that vicinity, and a 4-mile gap between county beach parks. And the difference with the county parks is that they serve everyone in the community versus just those in the municipalities. Several of the beach parks in the municipalities have a fee if you're a non-resident of that municipality, where that's different than for the county parks.
But don't all of the beaches have fees to park at them?
No.
Which one? So you're saying the municipal beaches have fees?
Some of them have usage fees as well that you pay to City of Boca. As an example, there is a tax associated with the beaches in that area.
And of those 14 beaches that are county beaches, how many of them do you have to pay to park at?
I believe there are 3 of and those are because they are located in municipalities, and the municipalities have required that parking fee.
So 11 of them don't require fees for parking?
Correct.
And that would be the intent for this beach?
This beach, one of the conditions of the stipulated settlement agreement is that there would be a fee for parking, not a fee for usage, but a fee for parking.
Which would then make it just the same as any municipal beach on beach park?
Not necessarily.
Why?
One, because the residents in some of those municipalities have a separate tax for usage of those beaches, which is different than a parking fee, as well as there are different amounts of the parking fees in the other municipalities.
How do those usage fees affect the people who want to visit that beach? Is there another fee? Because really the only way to collect anything is on the parking. So is it an increased parking rate for that usage fee?
I don't know I don't know the answer to that question.
I could answer that question. City of Boca, which is the closest beach for this area, it's $50 to enter the park. If you leave you pay another $50 to come back. You want to go pick up a sandwich, you pay $50 to get back in. So it's a flat rate of $50 a day per car.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. You're done.
Oh, sorry, I was just saying, I was just going to say, I thought in the budget from last month or last week.
Yeah, your time is up.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Who's next?
I was glad you did beat up the county attorneys this morning. That's what everybody was expecting. I hate to tell you, that's what it was. I wanted to talk to you about Wellington and our votes, because when they jumped Southern Boulevard, and it was voted on, but they only had 19 votes. In your charter, they have to have 25. So I've asked about this before, and I'm hoping somebody's going to do this again, because Wellington does not and should not have jumped Southern Boulevard. Not at the behest of one landowner, you know, on the corner of Southern and Seminole Pratt there. But it is. I mean, and I think our even our voting people did us a great disservice, because all they got to do is read the charter. It's in Article 7. You just got to go read it. It's 25 votes. Has to be. 19 is all they got. So that means it's null and void, and but go back across Southern Boulevard there. Also, 3.3 is the one thing that counts for us is to protect our water, protect our stuff, you know, protect our lives, because we have some really big issues hitting our county right now. The rock mining. Rock mining is not a standalone item that doesn't poison the water. It does. You know, whenever they do the testing, they'll find benzene and a couple other items. And I know DEP said there's a little benzene's okay, but it's not. Not for the kids later on, you know. And I think our water is really important, commissioners. It has been compromised. The state of Florida, in 2006, they did a study, DEP, and I mean 97% of the water is compromised. Some of the water, the good water, was in Palm Beach County, needless to say. And I think we should keep it that way. I hope we can, you know, push these builders back a little bit, GL and the gang. I don't think we should be building giant incinerators. I don't think anybody from the county should have went to the meeting on Thursday night for FPL and said, go ahead, raise the rates. If you work for the county, don't you dare say you want them to raise those rates $200 a year, because that's what the number is. It's not 2%. It's $200 a year. That's the numbers, and when they're crunched, the base rate, $200. So we don't need that, commissioners. I hope you, if you want to scold people that talked about things, go look at your Chamber of Commerce and some of the employees that are right here in this building who ask, go ahead, raise the rates. I mean, the taxpayers would be just so warm and fuzzy about that. We can't afford to live right now, and nobody can. Everybody tells me they can't afford to live. So hopefully you'll take these things into consideration, because I think the Wellington thing was a crime. I know Basehart said at the Wellington meeting one night, and he said, well, we already did it. There's nothing they can do. Well, you don't have the votes, buddy. And you don't, you know, he doesn't run Wellington as far as I know. There's a couple people that run it. So maybe you should get together and go fix that. Because I know everybody wants new buildings, new stuff. I'm all for that, as long as you don't violate the rules.
Who's next?
We have Todd Bucci, Derek Dorset, and Ashley Santoro.
See me started. All right, hey y'all. My name's Todd. I'm Todd Busey. I'm a CWA steward, and CWA is Communications Workers Union. We represent all the blue-collar workers that essentially make the county run. You know, road and bridges, water utilities, parks and rec, traffic, facilities, parks and rec, all the everybody that 1,200 employees that essentially make the county function. You know, we're all struggling. I was here a couple months ago just talking about it. You know, I applied for a City of Sunrise, right? Palm Beach County Water Utilities is the third largest utility in the state of Florida. You know, I applied for the City of Sunrise, a very small utility that was willing to pay me more than Palm Beach County as a 4-year employee. I know there's something in the works, you know, to help us out in water utilities, but it's all of us countywide. We're all struggling. But we want to stay here. There's a big shift about to happen in the workforce as all the baby boomers approach retirement, and the workforce leaves the field, and all the knowledge is going to go with them. You know, so there's going to be some competition. I'm sure you guys are aware. I attend some seminars about this, about the work shortage that is going to come up of working men and women that are skilled in the field. But I'm just here just to raise awareness for that, of all the blue-collar workers that functionally make the county run, that we're all out there struggling to make our ends meet. And when we look at the budget and different things like that, the 6% that's coming in the future, you know, for a guy like me, 6% really doesn't, you know, add income, you know, to my yearly income there. 6% really doesn't do it. But you know, and I just collect all the, you know, just all the stories from all my coworkers and everybody that works for Palm Beach County. We want to stay here. We enjoy the parks here, the parks by the beach, and all that other stuff. But we want to stay here and we want to work here to make this county the great county that it is. And but we just want to bring awareness to you guys, you know, that we want to stay here, but we're going to need a little bit more in our pockets to be able to stay living in Palm Beach County. Thank you for your guys' time.
Commissioner Weiss, no, Commissioner Powell, sorry.
That was me.
Oh, okay. Commissioner Powell, your light is still on too. But go ahead, Commissioner Weiss.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say that how much we appreciate our workforce in Palm Beach County, and I know everybody on the board here thinks very highly of you all, and you know, we all know you're professionals. You do a great job, and you really make the engines run on time. And just want to express my personal appreciation for the hard work, the men and women serving our constituents and businesses here.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I would say, similar to what Commissioner Weiss said, I want to thank you for coming up here. And I know that our administration has been working with you to come up with an agreement. You know, we're feeling it. 6% we understand is not enough. And we know that in Palm Beach County, we have a number of employees that are, you know, not a part of CWA that are also struggling to make ends meet here. And I wish that we could do more. But we'll continue to have you all work with our administration as we continue to move forward dealing with our budget to see what we can do. But, you know, right now, we are aware. We all appreciate you, and we understand how tight it is. But we thank you for coming up here and expressing your concern today. We do appreciate you.
Thank you.
We had Mr. Derek Dorset. He was coming forward. And Ashley Santoro. We have 2 microphones. You could go ahead and get ready.
Hello. My name is Mr. D.A. Dorset. I'm a resident of Palm Beach County. I am a nonprofit organization CEO. It's called God's Loving Hands Feeding the Homeless Incorporated. We've been around since 2012. I'm also a food vendor, and I do a multitude of other things as trades to make a living, to pay my bills and to take care of my family. About 4 months ago at 6825 Seminole Pratt, which is county property, I was given permission by an Erica Layton in traffic division to sit at that property up under a tent selling barbecue. The next day after I got that approval, PBSO came by to check me out. I guess he got some calls from the neighbors or whatever. He checked me out. I gave him my 501c3, which I was told to have if anybody comes to check on me. I was checked on. PBSO said everything is good. He did his little recording. No problem. 4 months later, 2 weeks ago on a Saturday, the same PBSO guy, I think his name was Officer Walker, he said, "I'm sorry to tell you this, but I got to shut you down because some complaints or something that went to the traffic division." I don't have a problem with adhering to rules and regulations, but when you have a guy that's sitting on Sycamore just west of Seminole Pratt for 3 years who says he has a county license permit. He's been sitting there for 3 years. He's doing exactly the same thing I'm doing. So we can't have somebody doing one thing and somebody can't. So we have what's called a conflict of interest. It's a little bias. It's maybe a little bit of nepotism. I don't know what's going on with it. But we also have a problem with people who, private property between Seminole Pratt and Orange, who have commercial food trucks sitting on their property illegally. Once again, code enforcement is not going out there to say anything about it. What I was told is, well, the neighborhood wants them there. So they're allowed to stay, even though the law says they cannot be there. So something is definitely wrong. We need to get it fixed, because if I can't do it, they can't do it. And I'm the one to stay on the ball, bouncing the ball on the issue until it gets resolved, because I'm not one of those people you could just push away. That's not going to happen with me. So I don't mind following the rules. Either you allow him to stay on Sycamore and then allow me to stay and y'all call it a day, or both of us got to go. But something has to be resolved. Now, the information I got was from Melissa Eckhart. That's who I was told that I had to remove myself from that site. PBSO was nice enough, kind enough to say he hated to do it, but he had to do what he had to do. So I need to speak to somebody concerning these issues.
Thank you.
Excuse me, sir. Would you mind, because you're in my district, getting with my staff member, Sasha, and sharing your contact information so we can try to get to the bottom of it?
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Commissioner members. My name is Ashley Santoro, and I'm an alumni of Florida Atlantic University studying environmental science, marine biology, and I am the current purveyor of the Gopher Tortoise Observation Program at FIU. I wanted to speak with you all today about the ongoing issue that is Nichols Forest and the proposed development by the Meisner Group. I believe that it would be in the county's best interest for their portion to rezone this area as a permanent public use area for a possible park or preserve rather than having it zoned to be multifamily usage. I believe that although the immediate injection of about $5 million into the economy sounds good on paper, this is not sustainable in the long term for the local community members who will be losing an urban oasis of biodiversity as well as a home to endemic and vulnerable species. Gopher tortoises have a 41% survival rate within the first 30 days of them being relocated, despite long-term studies showing that after 5 years, 93% of relocated tortoises have a 5-year survival rate. It's very low and is not enough to actually sustain the population long term due to a phenomenon in South Florida called genetic bottlenecking. This occurs as population members become farther apart due to fragmentation. They're not able to thrive as they become more susceptible to diseases and other genetic conditions because there simply are not enough individuals to healthily sustain that population. I believe that given the area, this would also be beneficial as it is a very accessible spot within an already historical community. The development that is proposed would be single-family homes, meaning that it will likely be gentrifying the area and outpricing the folks who already live around Nichols Avenue. And furthermore, this will also cause businesses to have to jack their prices or even potentially move out due to the high inflation of rates of money coming in that won't actually benefit the local members of the community. I believe having a long-term and forever preserve would be able to be more beneficial to the folks living there, as well as bring more revenue into the community through the environmental works programs instead. And with that, I yield my time. Thank you.
Mrs. Mary Brom and Laura Milligan.
Good afternoon.
Microphone.
One more.
Good afternoon. It's good to see everyone again. Nice to see you all. I'm here today because I was down on this end today, coming from down further on. But I want to speak with you all for a second here, if I can indulge you, Chair, and everyone in their respectful places. You're gonna be faced with something that will determine who we are, or what we are, where we wanna go in. inclusiveness, women, genders, everything. This makes up Palm Beach County, Florida. It's not a set-alone thing. It takes Ms. Bram working with you women as well as you men, my children, the whole entire community. And there should be no separations, because when you separate, this is what it does. It causes friction. It causes animosity. It causes what Ms. Brown feels as if she's not a human being compared to what you will be faced with. Keep the noise, I always say, out your ear. As leaders, stand on the foundation that our Constitution has said. Everyone is equal. You may not think that in this day and time, but I am a firm believer of it. Because we women, you men, you children, everybody sitting here, you could not exist without us. And to the adopted parents, Ms. Bram say kudos for taking all of those underserved and wrapping them in your arms and caring for them. This is who we should all be about. We are on some journeys here now. It is not what he or she says, it's what you as a board do for your county here. Because every resident here is a stakeholder that have revenues and dividends. No matter how you look at it, I was listening to it, water is. We're fighting the water issues all across the landscape. But Ms. Brown believes in water is life, and not just being life, but it is that safety network that water brings, that clean water. So you as a board, and also you on the pessimist of getting a new county commissioner. I don't know whether that has been spoken of before, but I would like to speak on that if you still have that on the agenda. Thank you kindly.
Good afternoon. My name is Laura Milligan. I live in Boynton Beach, and I've been a Palm Beach County resident since 1989. The last pristine forest in Boynton Beach, filled with protected plants and wildlife, must be saved. Palm Beach County dedicated the use of the forest along Nichols Boulevard for public purposes when the property was conveyed to the city of Boynton Beach in 1961, sorry. Housing is not considered for public purposes. There are very few protected wildlife areas left. Many protected animals have been seen in the forest, such as scrub jays, burrowing owls, bald eagles, black indigo snakes, and foxes. Gopher tortoises are also protected. However, as stated earlier, gopher tortoises would have to be relocated before any land clearing and development. Many die when they are relocated. There is so much land clearing happening throughout the state of Florida that eventually there will be very little land left for wildlife due to housing developments and other buildings replacing it. The government is to be protecting our protected wildlife and not have them destroyed. The gopher tortoises in the forest are thriving and reproducing. There are baby gopher tortoises in the forest proving this. Many other animals are living in the forest, such as river otters, raccoons, opossums, rabbits, and many more. Studies have proven that trees are crucial in keeping cities cool, which in turn helps to cool the entire planet. Science has proven this, including the effect Central Park helping to keep New York City cooler. Fighting climate change is a race against time. The sea levels are rising due to global warming. The height of new sea walls in Boynton Beach need to be higher than they were 50 years ago. The forest also helps to replenish the water in our aquifers. The city has been forcing communities to use reclaimed water for irrigation rather than using their wells because the water in our aquifers is diminishing. I'm not here today for only our benefit, but for the benefit of Boynton Beach and future generations to enjoy what little wildlife we have left and to protect our planet. This is not a not in my backyard issue. It's a city, state, and global issue. I have a petition from 1,777 concerned people through change.org stating that we hereby petition the City of Boynton Beach to save the last pristine forest in Boynton Beach and to make it a nature preserve. Have you been to the forest to see the animals and the beauty that the forest has to offer? Once it's destroyed, you will never be able to bring it back. I'm grateful that Commissioner Greg Weiss took the time to walk through the forest to see it himself. We don't have enough green space as it is. Please help to make the forest a nature preserve so that it's protected forever. I've provided to you, I sent an email with an application for Florida Forever, and I'm hoping the City of Boynton Beach takes this route. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Okay, that is the end of our public comment session. And if it would please the board, we will now have two Commissioner Powell, Commissioner Weiss.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I wanted to ask a question, maybe the district commissioner's not here, with regard to the Milani Park. The Mr. Milani indicated, oh, she's here, that he would like to see a reduction in parking by 25 spaces, which Dr. Ajala indicated that would not meet the intent of the settlement agreement. And then he also indicated maybe extending it. But I just wanted to be clear, if the settlement agreement has already been made and it's been agreed to, I guess, by the town, maybe hearing from the district commissioner if there's anything left, because I've gotten emails where people have been concerned. I just want to make sure that we're doing everything that we can to make sure we're running right.
Commissioner Woodward.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Commissioner Powell, for the question. Yes, this started pretty early in my term with we had an option to do one final 5-year extension, which I believe was alluded to earlier, and it was made clear once the clock starts ticking on that, we had a very tight timeline, and we had, at the end of that 5-year extension, it was very tight on the settlement agreement that had been reached. So I decided, we had the funding, it was in impact fees from Parks and Rec. They had it in their budget to build this park. It was the time. The previous 5-year extension was voted on because the budget didn't exist yet. The previous board told them to find the funding, and if you find the funding, bring it back to the future board, which they did. So we did. Had a meeting with the town where we did come in with offers of changing the settlement agreement with the town. We had a public meeting, the first public meeting that was hundreds of residents. We offered, the parking was to be in 2 phases. The first one, I believe, was 40 spaces, and then the second one, it was maybe like 55 or 60, whatever it was to reach to 100. And the offer was to build phase 1 of parking and then to not necessarily have to move forward. It was a very contentious meeting. There was copious notes taken by staff who immediately began working on all of the different ways that we could open the settlement agreement with the town, because the settlement agreement, to be clear, is between the county and the town of Highland Beach. And that was followed 4 days later by a resolution by the town opposing any changes to the settlement agreement, which basically told us if we open the settlement agreement, that entire hundreds of thousands of dollars of legal work and decades of work to get to the settlement agreement would effectively be thrown into the air. So that was pretty much our answer at that point. We had to move forward with the settlement agreement or lose the development order. With that being said, I had numerous communications with the Milani family's attorney, not so much with the family. I did not meet with them until, I believe earlier this year was the first time I was able to meet with them, even though they met with several members of the board. That wasn't me, but we did meet. And all of the communications from the attorney was to stick to the settlement agreement, especially the parking. Over and over again, stick to the parking, stick to the settlement agreement. If you don't, we're watching. Where is it in the budget? This communication went on for a very long time. And so here we are. I was caught very off guard by the change from the family after all of that communication. And I guess my question would be for the family, if he would like to answer, if we do not build a park, what do you see as the future of this property?
Wow. I mean, you own the property. It really would be up to you to decide what you'd want to do with it. If you don't build a park, I guess that'd be something for the board to consider.
That wasn't my question. My question was, what would you like to see us do with this property if it's not build a park?
I don't know. I honestly haven't thought too much about that. I couldn't answer that question right now. I mean, listen, the property means a lot to our family. It was one of my father's last development projects before he passed away. In our agreement when we sold it to the county, if you decided to sell it again, if you decided to sell the land, we would have a first right of refusal to purchase back. I don't know if we would ultimately purchase it back. I mean, obviously, the marketplace is a little different than in 1987. So if you decided to sell it, we would obviously consider something like that. But beyond that, we don't own the parcel. So.
And to be clear, what was presented by the town with their resolution was that we could, in fact, sell it, and with development rights restored to it by the town to build townhomes on this property, which has now been entered into the Florida's Register for Historic Places. We have done extensive archaeological work to prove what's there. It's a very special and unique place that there's very few of these left in the county, very few left on the coast altogether. So I would caution this board to consider doing anything that would jeopardize the park moving forward as a natured preserve type of park, to show what was there, to show for future generations what original Florida looked like, to preserve the native remains that are there, the Yamato colony was there, the native vegetation that is there. I would encourage any of you to visit the lot. It's impressive. Thank you for selling that to us a long time ago. I'm sorry that it's been so contentious. Trust me, when I stepped into this, I was educated very quickly on just how contentious this is, and I'm sorry that your family has had to go through this. I wish it would have been built a long time ago and people were already enjoying it. But I would caution this board to do anything that would jeopardize that development order, because if we're talking about it becomes townhomes that get built on the remains of Native Americans, I think that that's something we should all pause on. And if the biggest part of all of this is the number of parking spaces, I do believe that there's still opportunity for us to talk to the town, but to do anything that would slow this process so that we miss our deadlines, this whole thing does fall apart. So a lot of things to consider on it, but it's not something that I think that we should open up. Opening up that settlement agreement puts the entire development order at risk, and it would not be anything that I support. And I know that there's a number of people, they weren't in Highland to speak, but I have received those communications. They were intimidated. And that night, the very first speaker was an elderly woman on a walker who got booed out of the room for her support. And we had a number of people withdraw their cards who were unwilling to speak after that. So I wouldn't assume that just because the loudest voices in the room were the ones that won, that they're the only ones speaking.
Commissioner Weiss?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted, I know you heard a little bit about today about the Nichols Forest, and I thought maybe I'd just update you all just very briefly as to, and I think the facts are, you heard some of them. So the county in 1961 transferred some property that it acquired through a tax lien sale. And that property was, at the request of Boynton Beach, was transferred to them. We don't have a lot of documentation at this point in time as to if there are any covenants or restrictions on the deed when the county transferred that land. And so what I've asked staff to do, the PREM staff is researching this for us. And I've asked the town of Boynton Beach to please pause what they're doing so that we can investigate and see on our side what, in fact, was how the property was transferred. There was other property adjacent to us that was sold around that period of time, or as well to the Palm Beach County Housing Authority. That property was sold in this past year, 2025, in March. It was sold to a private developer. So their parcels were sold. And they do have development rights on that property as it sits today. Although, and here's the sort of the rub on it all. The land is in unincorporated Palm Beach County, but it is owned by the city of Boynton Beach. So eventually, if there is development going to happen, it will come back to this board for if they're asking for any development or any changes to the property. But single-family homes could be constructed, assuming it can pass whatever environmental requirements. I believe would have to look into it. So that's what's happening right now. Nothing is going on. I talked to the mayor of Boynton Beach yesterday, and nothing is going on with Boynton Beach at this time with that property. So so that's going to give us time to find out if there are any restrictions on it. So that's the update.
Commissioner Flores.
Yeah, I hate to do this again, but I want to go back to the Milani Park thing. And the thing that I'm stuck on is how opposed this community is to this project, and to see the original owners that wanted to honor the legacy of the father, and now for them to change their mind on this because the community is so adamantly opposed. It's concerning. I mean, I went to that meeting and I didn't hear too many. Maybe two people spoke on behalf of the park, and I just want to make sure that we're doing the right thing by the community that is going to be surrounded by that park. Because at the end of the day, they're going to be the ones that are going to have to live with that park. It won't be me in Green Acres. It won't be my residents in District 3. It's going to be the people that live around there. And I'm going to tell you the truth. If my community said to me as a commissioner that they didn't want it, even though I personally want it, I would say, you know what, if my community doesn't want it, I'm going to oppose this. And that's how I'm sensing this community is opposing this particular project. And we're gonna make them have to live with this. And I don't know if that's the right thing to do. And that's where I'm getting mixed signals here. I understand the county wants to move forward with building the park because there is a gap. I wrote it here. There's a 12-mile gap. Understood. There's a 4-mile gap next to a municipal beach park. But at what point do we impose our will over the community who does not want this? And am I reading that wrong? So it's a challenge to be able to hear constantly, no, we don't want this, no, we don't want this, but yet we're full force ahead with something that it seems like the community doesn't want. And if I'm wrong, I just want to be proven that it is wrong and that the community actually want this. And I will be the first one at that beach park. Because it feels like we're full force ahead with something that a lot of people haven't bought into it. And I'm late in the game. I know I'm late in the game. But I don't want to ram this project down a community, because if it was my community, I don't know that I could support something that my community is not in favor of. So I guess that's my hang up with this whole Cam Milani Park. And I know it's a sore point for the district commissioner, and I apologize that this keeps coming up. But at some point, do we question that? And I don't know what's the next step, but I would like to give board direction to bring this up again. And I hate to do this, but it seems like there are some concerns from the rest of the commissioners, and I want to make sure that we're doing the right thing by the residents of the county.
Vice Mayor Baxter.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Couple key points that Commissioner Flores hit on. When this originally came to us, Mr. Milani, and forgive me if I'm saying that wrong, and the family supported this. So I do find it interesting. I think every one of us has a few very loud people in our districts who just say no to everything. I don't feel that here. I feel there's a lot of support against this. And that is where I guess I'm having issues proceeding forward. And as much as I say it all the time, let's support the district commissioner, this is one of those where now we have the family saying no, we have the residents saying no, we have everyone saying no, and just very few saying yes. That is my hesitation on this, and we're here to do what is best for the residents. As far as opening this back up, I don't see how we don't. And I will support the direction of Commissioner Flores. So, this is one of those issues where now that even the family who sold the park over and it was supposed to be in their name doesn't want it, I think that makes this a whole nother, it makes it a whole nother ballgame, and a whole nother issue. So I will leave it at that, but I do support Commissioner. Thank you.
Commissioner Sacks and then Commissioner Weiss.
I don't think this is unusual. I think that sometimes deals are made and things happen, and they're not always the best in the long run. And I think that as long as we have the legal authority to revisit, I think we should. We may come back with the same agreement at the very beginning, but there is no reason, unless there's a legal compelling reason not to not take another look at it. Nothing's been paved over that I know of, and I don't see any reason why before we do pave over space that we not make sure, and I think we should as a county, make sure that everybody is pleased with the outcome. It appears that they are not. I wasn't at the meeting, and there's plenty of parking spaces, by the way, on the beach that are free, by the way, but I'm not going to disclose where they are. But I don't think that it's a matter of parking spaces. I think it's a matter of what the people want, what the village wants, and what the district commissioner wants, and what's best for the county. So I have no reservations as to reopening this issue, and taking a second look at it, and listening to all the parties, and see where we can reach a compromise. Because that's what most of politics and government is compromises. Let's take another look at it. Doesn't hurt anything. We haven't paved over any place. So I would be for revisiting this issue, listening to the people, maybe coming up here, and I mean, I don't see any reason why we should not revisit it. Thank you.
Commissioner Weiss.
Thank you, Mayor. I was just going to ask that, we're here for matters by the public. We still have a very lengthy agenda ahead of us, and I'd like to see that, and if at some point you want to bring something else back to talk about Milani Park, I certainly have no objection to that, but that's not what we should be doing this afternoon. We have work to do on behalf of the people that has already been scheduled.
I think direction's been given. I think now it's a matter of how many support the direction.
Commissioner Woodward.
I would like to, if we're going to give direction, I would like a vote on that, but I think that it would behoove all of us to maybe have a meeting with our staff to go over this and our council to understand what the repercussions of reopening this would be so that everyone is fully informed on what that would look like and what that would be before we would hold a public meeting, inviting everyone to come back with the expectation of something that we may not be able to deliver on. So that would be my request, is that everyone have a meeting with staff and attorneys so that we're all on the same page before that next public meeting.
Attorney Kaufman.
Now, I just wanted to clarify, I have no problem doing the meetings and informing everybody. My understanding of what I've heard is that the board would like to just see if it's a possibility to readdress this settlement agreement. We are not reopening it. We are going to discuss with the city whether they're willing to consider something different, and then we could move forward with them if they are. If their position is the same as it has been, then they're not willing to renegotiate. So I guess at that point, we would come back to you and tell you that and tell you what your options are.
Commissioner Flores, are you altering your direction?
So I want to revisit this from the standpoint of, are we doing what's right for the residents? And are we ever going to please them? And if we're not, then we'll keep the contract the way it is. But my concern is that we are going to force a community, a town, a neighborhood to live with something that they don't want. And that's my concern, because if it was my district, my community, and they objected, I would fight for them. So that's my concern, is that we are doing something against the will of the people, because we are here for them. So that's my concern, and that's why I would like to bring it back up for us to get a presentation, get input from the community, even if it's again. But at that point, we can decide whether we're going to keep down this path, or if we should maybe listen to the 25 parking spots that they want us to entertain. But I just don't want to force something down a community, because if it was mine, I would not be okay with it. That's my concern.
Commissioner Woodward.
Thank you, Mayor.
We're going to bring this to a close because this Mr. Milani, you now hijacked the meeting, which is not what your intent was, and I know that. But it's also, we have business to do today, and this is not an agenda item. And so that's what we're going to try to decide in very few minutes. But in the meantime, Commissioner Woodward, this is your district. You're very passionate about this. This has been an ongoing discussion, and it wasn't until just recently when the town of Highland Beach gave development rights to this property. Actually, I'm not saying that correctly. So if you want to correct me on what happened and the presentation of a developer and all that kind of stuff, briefly surmise it, and then we'll move on.
I would be happy to. And while I appreciate the concern for my district and perhaps how I conduct myself as district commissioner, there are a number of us on this board who have had to manage projects that neighborhoods came out against, some considerably more controversial than a beautiful nature park. And there are those of us who've had to sit up here and take something moving into our district that perhaps is not something everyone wanted. People did not want a homeless hotel that was brought to us, which, has now been converted into something else. And we just had a number of people, 7,000 plus emails that came to me about the sugar rock mine that's coming in. These things happen on occasion, and trust me, my life would have been considerably easier if this park had never existed in my world. It's not something that I asked for, but I do stand strong on this, that I do not want to see it developed for residential. Even though we do need housing, this is not something that I am okay with seeing built. And if this board is saying that they don't care about public access for people who do not live next to the water, I am shocked. That is the stance that you will be taking if you do this. It's not my residents. I am on the coast. My residents have access. This is not for my residents. This is for your residents. So again, of all the projects that we've all had to take into, I'm going to say that this nature park is going to be beautiful. If it ever sees the light of day, I hope that we're all there to celebrate it. But what you're asking for is to not have public access on a beach where people can pay $4 an hour to go to a nature park. So, well, you put some in mind too, so I apologize if I did that to you. This is a controversial item. We've had a discussion. If it is the board's wish to bring this back, I am asking for a roll call vote on that board direction. I think it would behoove us to have a private meeting with staff first.
Thank you. And I agree with Commissioner Woodward. I would like to see each of us have a private meeting with staff before we bring this back. There's a lot more information that's our staff and our attorney can give to us, and then you can have your discussions with staff. But as has been requested, there will be a roll call vote as to whether we bring this back as an agenda item in the future. So could you please call the roll of people who want to bring this back in the future? What?
No. I'm sorry.
That's exactly what the discussion was.
Yeah, no. The taking a vote today is premature. The county commissioner for this district has asked that we have meetings with staff and we get more education. I'm not educated on this issue. I don't know 100 parking spaces, 25 parking spaces, a nature park. I have not been briefed on this. And I really do not want to this is premature to take a vote. What the district commissioner has asked, and I respect that, is that we meet with staff, we get educated, then we bring it back as an agenda item when we're all informed and educated, and I haven't met with the family, I don't know but I respect the county commissioner that wants to do that. Let's get educated, then I can take a vote. I can't take a vote today. I don't know what's going on with this issue. And it was brought up properly by a matter of the public, and it's been discussed. And so let's get educated and informed about it, and then we can take a vote on it, Madam Mayor. But I really don't see, I think it's absolutely premature to take a vote on something I'm not educated on.
The vote is strictly for bringing this back as an agenda item in the future, not for anything changing what it is. I'm very happy to just say to everyone, please have a meeting with staff, and then we can discuss this further in the future.
I think that's proper. I think that we get educated, but I don't think putting it on the spot, anything can be brought up in an agenda item. I think we're making much ado about a little thing.
Well, we did have board direction.
Let the district commissioner wants us to get informed and educated. So does Commissioner Flores and everybody else. We want to be educated on it. Then if we think that we need to put it on the agenda, we'll put it on the agenda. But I think it's premature.
The direction from Commissioner Flores was to put this on a future agenda. So that's what I was asking.
I think there's a way to do it.
We're done. We're done here.
No, you
Commissioner
may be done,
Powell,
but I'm not
your
done.
light is on.
So I've got my motion there. Thank you.
There is no motion.
Madam Mayor, I was just
Commissioner Powell.
going to agree with Commissioner Sachs. That's it.
Thank you. We are all agreeing that we all need information, more information, and the direction of the district commissioner is to please individually meet with us. And with that, we're moving forward. We're now on item 6C3. This is the staff's request of the board for direction on the process to be used for the interviewing of the applicants for the county administrator position. We'll let everyone change their seats. And I would like a presentation, thank you.
Good afternoon. So as a continuation of our previous conversation and to seek direction to prepare for the county administrator recruitment on June 16th and 17th, just like to discuss confirm what those days are going to look like and make sure that they are in line with what you have in mind. So starting on June 16th. On June 16th, these are the one-on-one meetings between each of the 4 candidates and yourself. I apologize in the presentation if it says 5. This was not updated from this morning's news. So as discussed on May 20th, each of the applicants will be meeting with commissioners beginning at 8:30 on Monday, June 16th. Each applicant will be scheduled on the hour. These meetings will take place in each of the commissioners' offices, and applicants will move from office to office at half past the hour, so 8:30, 9:30, 10:30, and so on. Commissioners will not need pre-prepared questions prior to the meetings, and questions can be unique to each applicant. A representative of the county will serve as a neutral witness during these one-on-one meetings, and not only is it a universal best practice to have a third party in interviews or these types of meetings, this is also intended to protect both you and the county. It is not uncommon for accusations to be made about the integrity of the process or questions being asked when there is not a neutral third party present. Otherwise, it becomes a he said, she said. Any question? Okay. The night of the 16th.
Hold on one second. Commissioner Powell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Dr. Khan, when you say a third party will be in there, will it be the mayor? I'm sorry, not the mayor. The attorney?
Yes.
You or the administrator?
It would be someone from the county attorney's office.
County
most
attorney's
likely,
office.
Or another party like that.
I want to be clear for the simple fact that we've talked about questions, and we can ask unique questions to each individual. But we want to make sure that the questions that are asked, as you just indicated, it's not unusual for allegations to be made, so that we're protected. We are knowing who will be in there and what line of questioning.
The person in the room would have that training, would be knowledgeable about what is permissible in those types of meetings. This would not be a member of county administration.
Okay.
This would be someone with a legal or HR background.
Thank you.
Commissioner Sachs?
I've never had somebody sit with me before I interview anybody in my years of government practice or with the state attorney's offices. I do not see, and maybe you can help me out here, Mr. Khan, when you interview people in your position as in the county, is there someone from the legal team to monitor your interviews?
I always have a third party in there whenever I have these meetings, whether it's someone from a legal background or a human resources background, yes.
Okay, so we have 2 applicants from the county administration. Who will be sitting with us to make sure that these 7 county commissioners do not do anything that's unlawful during an interview?
It will either be someone from the county attorney's office, someone from my office, the human resources, or possibly someone from EEO.
And who decided that there would be a third party present during our questioning?
This is a universal best practice, and it's been included in my presentation since we started talking about having one-on-one meetings.
Would you let me know today, if you could, to all of us, when that was decided by the Board of County Commissioners, that we would need to have a third party there? I don't mind having a member of the staff. I don't even mind having Mr. Oddie there. But I find it disingenuous to think that a county commissioner would ask unlawful, illegal questions of the 4 people who have applied. They're all professionals, the 4 who have applied. We are all professionals. So I don't know any compelling reason why we would be required to have a third party there to monitor our questions.
And this is not just about having someone monitor questions. This is also to make sure that after that meeting, if an accusation was made by a candidate against one of you, that there would be a third party in there to be able to
And I would
support you.
request, if you think that you don't trust the 7 of us, that I would request that we decide which member of the county attorney's office would be present, and/or that meeting, our interview, would be videotaped to protect us and to protect the interviewee from any unlawful questioning. Would that be okay, sir?
If that would, based on the direction of the board.
I'd rather have a county attorney office, a county attorney, assistant county attorney present, since this could be something that we would ask a question that would be illegal. So is there any reason why we could not have a member of the county attorney's office with us, sir?
I'll refer to the county attorney's office.
We would be happy to accommodate your request, but it is not my position that you would ask an illegal question. I think that Dr. Khan's concern is based on many years of experience in private industry where sometimes people make wild accusations, and he's just bringing that forward so that it protects you from any wild accusations. But it's not, I don't think it's any reflection on the candidates. It's just a standard practice. It's certainly not that we think you're going to ask illegal questions.
To me, the more the merrier. I'll have my whole staff there and I'll videotape it, but I just don't understand it just casts a disparaging look on the 4 interviewees and 7 county commissioners. But personally, I'll have any assistant county attorney sit in with me, my staff will be there, and I'll videotape it. I have never, in all my years of government or as an attorney, had to have a third party while I interviewed someone for a position. But I'll go along with the will of my colleagues. I just find it a little, I don't know, a little embarrassing to have somebody watch and monitor I've interviewed people for my staff. I never had anybody to monitor me there. So unless there is, I'll go along with the will of the board. But as for me, I want an assistant county attorney with me, if that's the requirement that you have, Mr. Khan. And if that's the board's wishes, I'll go along with the board.
Vice Mayor Baxter.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to echo some of the sentiments of Commissioner Sachs. You say this has been in the briefings all along, but we've never actually discussed it. So I'm not sure, and I read a lot, where this has been at the whole time. I'd like to know why you don't trust us.
This is not about trusting you. This is about protecting you from accusations from people who say things after an interview that can't be corroborated because there's not a third party in there.
If this is a matter of having a third party, and that is, in your opinion, a best practice, I don't mind if you'd like to have a briefing with us, which we've already had one, over the questions to answer, not to answer. But as a small business owner who's had to interview people, I'm very familiar with best practices of an HR policy. Also, I think it should be a recommendation, not a requirement, that we have a third party, and that if we choose to have a third party, that it is at our discretion who that is. Not county staff's, not administration. And if that is your recommendation, that somebody is in there to corroborate one way or the other, I will go along with that, again, at our discretion. Is there any problem with that?
No.
Would that satisfy your hesitation?
You're asking me from a legal standpoint?
Sure.
Oh, I agree with what a county attorney said. It's just a best practice. If you decided that you wanted to have somebody other than the person recommended by HR, I don't think there'd be an issue with that as long as it's a neutral third party. I think it suffices.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Commissioner Flores.
just want to be clear. I do not want my interview to be recorded.
Videotape.
Yeah, videotaped. When you use the word, last bullet point here, the use of a neutral witness, how do you define neutral?
Just someone that's not a part of your immediate staff, just someone who doesn't have an interest.
Someone off the street?
Definitely not someone off the street.
So it can't be my staff member, it can't be my chief of staff?
I'm not going to make that call, but I'd say it would be better if it wasn't.
Okay. If we're going to allow anybody into the interview, it should be an attorney. That's the only way, and they're only there for legal, buffer, just to make sure that we don't ask.
Attorney Kaufman, would you like to, Commissioner Flores, hold on a second, if you don't mind.
I don't like, in my opinion, I think it's fine to have your chief of staff be your witness. I think it's fine to have anybody who is credible, who you will be able to find after the fact, in case there's some wild allegation filed, that can corroborate what happened during the interview. That's the purpose, that's all. So I don't think it has to be an attorney. I don't think it has to be selected by HR. I don't think it needs to be an HR professional. I appreciate the fact that they are bringing best practices to you. And the best practices are based on, big corporations and how they operate things. They are also based on thousands of employees that and thousands of people who are interviewing for jobs that they've never met before and they don't know, and things happen. So they're structuring for you the very best protections they possibly can. Can we whittle that down in this situation? Yes, I think we can. You all, I believe, are perfectly capable of picking somebody that you trust, that is not associated with the person who's being interviewed, that can back your story up of what happened in the rare and unusual event something would happen. And we don't expect anything to happen, but that's why we want somebody there.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Woodward, then Commissioner Weiss.
Just to be clear, so if we're given the option, if each of the 7 of us are given the option on who we would choose, or we could put it up to you individually, I mean, is that something that would be okay? If each of us decide if someone wants it to be their chief of staff, or if you want to choose a county attorney or, another alternative, is that something that we could agree on to move forward as far as?
Yes.
And so each commissioner is basically responsible for who their witness is. If you choose your chief of staff or if you choose HR or an attorney, that's on us to choose that person. Is that acceptable?
Well, considering this is a suggestion of best practices, and as a board, we can decide because it's just a
I'm
suggestion.
asking the rest of my board, would everyone be okay being responsible for their neutral party?
I think that would be amenable for all of us.
Okay.
Commissioner Weiss, does that answer your question?
It answers my question, but it doesn't address the fact that this was discussed. I've talked to David about this in my meetings with him, and understanding why this was being promulgated was 100% about just protecting us, protecting the county in case allegations are made after the fact, not to control the interview, not to control us. And I find it really distasteful that it's being turned into something like that. And I appreciate the fact that we've got professional staff that are giving us their best professional advice on how to conduct this to maintain both the integrity of the process as well as to protect us personally and protect the county and ultimately our taxpayers that would have to deal with whatever fallout happened. So, and I appreciate the flexibility, and I agree with the county. I think the county attorney's assessment, and I will tell you, most times somebody comes to visit my office, I do have a third party in those meetings, just so that there's somebody there that can verify what in fact happened, if there's follow-up that needs to be done. But most importantly, that there's another party that can say what was said during a meeting and how it was conducted. So I very much appreciate what you're suggesting to us.
Commissioner Woodward, good? So it sounds like board direction is the board themselves will choose. And if some of us want to choose an attorney to be there, so be it. If some want to choose our chief of staff, so be it. But you want us to let you know in advance?
Yeah, I'll follow. Yes, ma'am, I'll follow up with each of you.
So you can follow up individually with each commissioner. You have, what's next?
Okay. So during the day, we have the one-on-one meetings. That night is the community event.
Why don't you go back to the one-on-one meetings? Do you have a schedule for the one-on-one meetings?
Yes, that is actually in the next slide.
Okay.
This is the proposed schedule for the day. Keeping in mind there's 4 candidates. And that's just them circulating from district to district every hour. And then, so each of you will have 3 open hours during that period.
So basically, with this schedule, you'll be dropping candidate 5, since we only have 4 candidates. So at 8:30, it'll be District 1, 2, 3, and 4 will have a meeting, and then it'll rotate. So each commissioner will have breaks throughout. Actually, I think that sets up well for District 6 and District 7, because then you can get your kids off to school. Actually, there's no school in the summer. Never mind. But I know that there were some families, some folks that wanted a later start time, and I think Commissioner Sachs, you'd also have get to sleep in an extra hour if you would like. No, if candidate 5's not there, so you would you get an extra hour. How's that sound? So, Commissioner Flores, your light is on.
I was just going to recommend, since we no longer have the candidates that we were expecting, that maybe we can start at 9.
Well, we still have to have 7 commissioners, still have to rotate, so.
No, but that puts us to what? To 3:30, right?
No, it actually puts us to 4:30, because that'll be a 3:30 start time to 4:30, and then they're going to have an interview that night also. So if we get started later, then the 4 candidates won't have very much of a time between when we're done and when the evening starts.
It's fine with me.
So board consensus, we're okay with the schedule then? Okay, thank you.
And then on the slide, the question for direction in what order. I was going to go alphabetical unless someone else had a preference.
That's fine.
Okay. Sure. That night is the community event. We're proposing that it begin at 5:30 on the 6th floor in here, the 6th floor chambers. At this time, the applicants would each have the opportunity to address the public for up to 5 minutes, covering their background, key achievements, and vision for the county. This portion of the event would be televised on Channel 20 and live streamed. Once they're completed, that would be, it's around 6 o'clock. From 6 to 7:30, they would be stationed throughout the atrium, where the public would have the opportunity to meet them, ask personal questions, and get to know them a little more.
Commissioner Sachs.
When you say portion of the event will be televised on Channel 20 and/or live streamed, will people be able to, as in many shows today, be able to email their questions into the live stream event, so that if folks live out in the west or north and they can't make it here, that they'll be able to ask questions or submit their questions before the 5:30 event? Do we have capability of doing that, Mr. Khan?
Well, What's being proposed, they wouldn't actually be asked questions at 5:30. That would be, they would each have 5 minutes to give a presentation about themselves. Then questions would be asked in the atrium.
In other
from-
words, would somebody who is not physically here be able to send their questions in, as is possible in a lot of statewide and I'm sure countywide events?
They can, but to answer the questions, all questions would be answered in the atrium, which is not televised. Only the part in here would be televised. The atrium, they would be spread out.
Yeah, my concern is that I hear a lot that the public says we want to be able to see the folks. How do you do that?
And that's what we had a lot of conversation about. With 4 candidates, each being given a certain number of time to answer questions, it would be limiting how many questions could be asked. We don't know how many people from the public would show up. They might only get 5 to 6 questions each. And this way, the way we are proposing it, everyone who shows up would be able to get all their answers to their questions because they would have the opportunity to speak with everybody.
Do you have any other suggestions that we could review so that, because the big issue that I have with this process, really, no one has ever talked to me about having somebody monitor my questions, but the big issue is that people want to see the folks. And I'm looking to you, if you have any way that we can make this more public with our, our capabilities, our technology, and maybe I should look at Commissioner Weiss here, our technological capabilities here in the county. Is there any way that we can make this more public than just having folks here in the atrium down here in West Palm Beach?
We have been talking about different technological ways that we could film the atrium. So we've talked about possibly a roving camera where we would do 5 minutes per candidate. And so you get 5 minutes, hear whatever's happening at that table for those 5 minutes, go to the next table for candidate number 2. So you get more of that flow. We also have been talking about whether we have the capability of doing 4 different live streams so you can see what's happening at each of those tables.
Let me suggest something. We have political campaign debates. Folks are able to submit questions in advance of the debates. I'd like for your staff, I know we don't have a lot of time, but I'd like for your staff to review that possibility, that folks in the public could submit questions. Specific, what do you think about this? What are your ideas on that? And those questions could be submitted to your office and then read during this public broadcast, so that this is open to everybody in Palm Beach County. I think that if technologically we can do that, I think it would be a great boon. One other question is the portion of the event will be televised on Channel 20. What portion? Everything should be live and transparent to the public. What I don't want is people to come back afterwards and said, I saw the county seal, but I didn't see the candidates. So I want to make sure that that says everything should be transparent and live streamed, period. And then if we can, and we are a pretty damn big county, if we can technologically be able to invite folks from outside to submit their questions, reviewed by your office possibly, and then asked to the candidates. You don't have to answer that now, but it would be nice if you could review that, sir. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Weiss?
I want to thank Commissioner Sachs. I feel, and I expressed it to you when we met in my office, the same thing. I think it's really important. The public does get an opportunity, more than 5 minutes. Most people don't live around here. We're in the middle of a downtown, well, I guess there's 10,000 people who live downtown. They would beg to differ with me. But other than that, of the 1.5 million people, they don't live around here. And I really want to see this as public as possible, and that means that we can do it via some sort of whether it works on Channel 20, but you could certainly set up 4 different Zoom meetings and open those up and record them so the future for other people if they can't see it, and then to take the questions, and I agree with Commissioner Sachs, people should be able to submit questions that are not here. It's I think, and then they should be able to watch each one of the candidates answering those questions, whether they're getting them from outside or if there are people here. But I think we really need to figure this out. I know you guys, I think if you got with our folks over in ISS or maybe talk to people over at Comcast, this could very easily be done and provide everybody access to watch this both live and then because obviously you have 4 people. And at the rate we're going, we may only have 3 or 2 by then, that they can watch the whole thing and they can watch the recordings of the others that they can't watch live at that time. But I think that would be my ask, is that we figure out how to make that work.
Vice Mayor Baxter.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. To clarify, the atrium on the 6th floor here is where this is going to take place?
Yes.
And we feel confident that's enough space?
We don't know how many people are going to show up. The answer is yes, and we can also circulate, and we can use other space if we need to. Another option that we can use, we can forget the whole meet and greet out there. We can do the whole thing in here. We could give them 5 minutes to do introductions and then do questions from the public. Each candidate can get a certain amount of time to answer to ensure that we can get a number of questions posed. If they had, let's say, 3 minutes each to respond, that would be about 12 to 14 minutes per question. You would be limited based on a time that you would want this to end, but you would get a number of questions. And we would just need to decide who is going to decide what questions are being asked.
So, I mean, let's make this simple. No matter where we decide to have this, we have one of the best camera crews in the state. I think Channel 20 can make this live very easily. And I think probably even our local news channels will probably want to do highlights of their own. This is a big deal. So we're going to have this very public and very open and very transparent. Okay? Mm-hmm. Now, going forward, I do think I see some very issues with space in the atrium. It isn't very large. It is very awkward. So we have enough county facilities, including this amazing convention center that's right down the road. So even if we finish all of our interviews at 4:30, it still gives us an hour if we wanted to go watch ourselves as commissioners. I mean, why cram this into the atrium here? I'm not quite understanding that. This is a Monday night. We wouldn't be taking up prime space at a busy hour of our convention center. It's at our disposal. So I'm having a hard time seeing why we would try to cram camera crews and everyone into a minimal space out here in the atrium. Is there any reason, Administrator, that you would think that could be a bad plan to not have it crammed in our atrium on the 6th floor?
Madam Mayor, just so you know, no, I think, trying to provide maximum space and optimal conditions is the best option that we can do. We did 10 years ago when we did the interviews, we used the atrium space outside of here for the public meet and greet, and it flowed that way. At that time, we had a similar number of candidates that were in
How's the
consideration.
parking for here as well, compared to the convention center?
There's certainly a lot of parking at the convention center. We'd have to check with the convention center if that's an option to do that. We could look at the Ag Civic Center as an option where we have parking and space there as well. But just so you know, that the process that was contemplated with what's before you here was a recommendation of using inside as the more formalized setting and outside in the atrium as a more informal setting to move around and have more personal contact with those individuals one-on-one in that manner, not necessarily standing them up and firing away questions at them, and everybody sits and watches that. So just that was sort of the look and feel, I think, of what's contemplated here. If the board would like to do something that's more formalized, where it's just more Q&A, and those present have a chance to answer questions, those online can submit, we can do that. But I think Dr. Khan's remarks were that we do have limited time to do this. So just depending on how many people we have, how many questions we have, that's really just going to be the limitation. But we
Well,
can
when
look at other venues if that's something that
When
can
we're
accommodate more
discussing, it
people.
says here, after we do our individual meetings all day, a presentation at 5:30 and potentially a meet and greet right after. So you thought they would do presentations in here and a meet and greet in there?
Yes, where they would do their 5 minutes in here, you'd invite everybody that shows up inside of the chambers. They can address the audience here, both in person and online and live on Channel 20. Then they would move from in this chamber to the atrium in a more informal setting, where they would then have an opportunity to, I think, have more one-on-one conversations with individuals present, and they can pose individual questions as they move around the atrium. We might set up tables in that manner and be able to circulate that
But
way.
couldn't we have a stage or a setting at the convention center where they are on a stage, can do their presentation, and then go right into the floor of a meet and greet? And I think maybe Isami or someone could answer if our convention center would be available on a Monday evening at this time.
Yep, we would just have to check with them on availability, if that's it, either the convention center or, the Ag Civic Center, which,
Are you
we
talking
can
about
look
Mounts
into as a-
Botanical?
Mounts Botanical Garden, the Ag Civic Center over there. It's a large room. I mean, it's a pretty decent size. On Military Trail, just west of the airport. Yeah.
Go, please, Commissioner Sachs, if you'd like to answer my question.
No, I'm just going to say, we've got other lights on, and so Commissioner Flores had his light on, and then Commissioner Powell, and then Commissioner Sachs. Yes, please.
So, Dr. Khan, I think you've done a great job putting all of this together, and I like where we're going. However, I think what people really want to find out from the candidates is information. And while you're giving them the opportunity to meet and greet and have small conversation, not everybody's going to be able to get their questions answered. While if we open it up and there is sort of like a forum where they all get to answer questions, everybody will get an opportunity, even at home, to evaluate them individually by listening to their answers. I don't think 5 minutes is nearly enough to answer the 3 questions that you put here. If I had to answer all those 3 in 5 minutes, I think I would need like 10 at least. I know. But my point is, I think we need to streamline this so that everybody gets to see the same, gets to have the same experience as everyone else. Well, if you open it up where you do the meet and greet, people want to be wanting to take pictures and rubbing elbows and do things that is not going to give everybody an equal opportunity. My other concern is accessibility, and when you come downtown, one, you don't like coming downtown because it's traffic. We're planning on doing this at 5:30. There's a lot of traffic out on the roads. And then you come downtown, you have to pay for parking. And if you don't pay or you go over your time, you're risking getting your car towed. So if we can find a place that's more accommodating, that has maybe free parking, I've heard a couple of ideas already up here, it might be a better experience for the community to be able to participate. And you also heard that Channel 20 does a fantastic job, and this could be streamed instead of having the meet and greet component, which maybe you give a half an hour before. If you arrive here at 5, you get to meet and greet, and then you walk into the forum component. Just saying. Thank you.
Commissioner Powell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would recommend that as we start discussing logistics, maybe put some feelers out in terms of, logistically, how many people we think will attend. It's not known. And once the information is out there, we can kind of determine, should we go to the convention center or the ag center out there at Mounts Botanical? I would prefer, I think, the convention center because it is more centered towards downtown, if it's necessary. What would be challenging is if we set up the community meeting on that Monday night, anticipating 300 people showing up, and then 30 people show up. We've potentially have expended resources to have camera crews head down to the convention center. Maybe it's not that bad. Hey, I can't think. Maybe we should. I'm running through the process in my head, but maybe it could work that way. But let's really, the first thing we should do is kind of anticipate how many people we think will be attending. That would, I think, be the first step of the logistics in terms of moving forward. Thank you.
Quick question. Do we know how many people this room seats? Is there, yeah, there is, there, 150?
I'm
Okay.
hearing 148.
148, okay, that's always good to know going forward. We can sit 148 people in here with overflow outside. Commissioner Sachs, your light is on. Thank you, Mayor. You're welcome.
Marino. The Palm Beach County is as big as some states, 1.5 million people. We're picking a county administrator that's going to run $9 billion budget. By God, we don't need a social hour. We need tough questions by the public in a public forum. And I don't care if it accommodates 30 good people or 300 so-so people. But it needs to be open to the public. It needs to be transparent. It needs to be easy parking. It's our building. This is our county administrator. And I think that the comments made by my colleagues are true. It's not a social hour. One of the 4 applicants is not even from Palm Beach County. I'd feel embarrassed if I'd go up to, maybe he doesn't have anybody with him to talk to him. But I think and that's not important. The main issue is, these are candidates for a very important position. They need to be in a public forum, and if it's like a candidates forum where each has on a stage with an easel, answering questions from the public, and I want to see how they operate in a public forum. I want to see how they answer questions by the public. I want to see how easy they are in a public forum. So I go along with the comments made by my colleagues that it be in a centrally located place with free parking that belongs to us. It's our administration building. I mean the county convention center, and that it is a formal, transparent interplay of asking questions and getting answers. Then they can have a cheese and wine party afterwards if they want. But this is a big deal, and it should be handled in a very public, transparent, and professional way. And if it costs for Channel 20 to get over there, that's fine. This is our county administrator. This is a big deal, and we need to handle it in such a way. So I go along with the comments made by my colleagues. Thank you.
Commissioner Woodward.
Thank you, Mayor. I think my question is going to be for the rest of the board on this. What is the purpose of this for us? Because as I understand it, we are going to be conducting a public interview the next day, and then we will be voting. So if we have this on a Monday night, how are we meant to judge the public's perception of how that night went? Are we going to take public comment the next day? Or are we expecting to get a slew of emails to know what was their opinion? Are we supposed to attend and watch and judge how this goes? What is the purpose of this public meeting in regards to the decision we have to make the next day?
That would be, go ahead, Commissioner
Any-
Flores.
Anyone, please.
I don't think it's any. I think we just give the community an opportunity to hear from perhaps the candidates so that it's an open and inclusive process. But I think at the end of the day, everybody in this board will have to make their own decision as to who they think is going to be the next county administrator. For me, from my standpoint, I'm going to be looking at them, their body posture, how they answer, how they're able to address the public, because that's a big part of this job is listening to constituent issues that you're going to have to try to solve. So to me, that's where I'm coming at it from. I want to make sure that the community has if they have a question that they want to have answered, that they have that opportunity. But at the end of the day, I will be making my own decision. I think everybody on this board probably going to do the same. And I will be watching to see how they interact and how they come across. What's their level of professionalism?
It sounds like, and I haven't said much, so I'm going to pipe in for a second. It sounds like the process for the evening, it would behoove the commissioners to be in attendance, not to interact, but to just, as Commissioner Flores said, how do they answer the question? What is their body language? I might even suggest that maybe I'm going to go ahead and suggest a procedure, whether we do it here or the convention center or Mounts Botanical. The procedure would be similar to a debate where the four candidates would be up here. How we take the questions, we can work that out, but they all should answer the same questions. And it should be on a rotating basis so that, the first person to answer the question is not always the first person, because that gives the advantage to the last person. So it would be on a rotating basis. And I would make that suggestion for the next day when we have our in-person interviews of the candidates. Maybe we can do the same thing on Monday night, but I wouldn't say 3 minutes per question. I might say 2 minutes to answer a question. Use a timer. We have one here. But I think it would be an efficient way to, and we can, put the questions in a basket and pull them out. I mean, there's plenty of ways. It's like bingo, pull it out, letter B. But then they all answer the question, and we would have them answer the questions on a rotating basis so that each person comes first, second, third, and last. So that would be my suggestion.
If I could just, unless anybody else has a different, because my concern is, I'm assuming we all need to be there. I would, if we're meant to observe the interactions with the public, make sure that we find a way that we truly get to be observers and not a part of the process.
Correct.
So that, the public should also know they're not there to discuss things with us. We're wanting to see the interactions with the candidates for this. And if I like your suggestion there where we could watch this, I don't want it to be where we all show up and then kind of get bombarded into, hey, what do you think about this? And because it's meant for us to be able to see them.
Correct.
Not for us to be part of the spectacle.
We're not part of the process.
Yes, okay.
And
If that can be achieved, I mean, the convention center, I'm fine with. If it warrants it, like Commissioner Powell said, if we can gauge interest on how many people are coming and it warrants moving to the convention center, I'm fine with that. And Vice Mayor mentioned that we can waive the parking for that night. I don't think that, if we're trying to make this accessible to the whole public, we shouldn't be charging them for parking that night. But again, if the convention center is open and it warrants it, I would be in support of that. And just to find a way so that if we're going to attend, we will participate the next day, and we will have participated that morning. So this will be a separate time.
Vice Mayor? Vice Mayor Baxter?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do agree with Commissioner Woodward about waiving any parking. We want this to be free and open to the public and as transparent as possible. I do like the idea better of the convention center because it gives us options of space. Whether we have 30 people RSVP or 300, however, we can accommodate from there. To Commissioner Powell's point, if we get responses and we have any idea of how many people, on that note, are we actually sending this out to ask for any sort of RSVPs of who might plan to attend?
At this point, we hadn't planned on that. There will be a notice of public hearing. that will be on our site so the public is aware that this is happening and where.
I'm pretty sure that Palm Beach County sends out mass emails to anyone who has signed up for our emails. Do we not?
It's our intention to have this widely publicized. So there will be other options that public affairs will be utilizing to make sure that this is sent out to
So maybe
different
we can add an
needs.
RSVP link to that.
do that.
I think that should be easy enough. Yes?
Yes.
Yep.
That way we have some idea. Not everyone has to RSVP. There's not going to be some list, but it'll give us an idea of amount of people. You know, so we can try to accommodate to the best of our ability. Also, to the point, I did like the mayor's idea of, I do like the forum, the platform. I like the idea, again, at the convention center, of having them on a stage, and then maybe we could even have cards there where they could fill out a card that they want to ask a question, and then rotate that around. The only tiny bit I had a slight disagreement on is it may be some clarification from the mayor, it might not even be a disagreement. When you say the same question, or are you wanting the questions in advance?
No. If someone asks a candidate, how would you do this procedure? Each candidate should be able to answer the question.
Right, I got you, okay.
But
I agree.
do it on a rotating basis, so I'm not always answering the question first.
No, completely agree then. Right, exactly. And I like that for the same on Tuesday, so I agree with that wholeheartedly. I think that is a very fair process for all the candidates involved. And I don't think I'm missing, so convention center, parking waiving, RSVP link, forums, stage, microphones we'll need, channel 20 there for live streaming so the public has complete access. Oh, submitting questions in advance. What is the easiest way for them to do that? Did you have an idea?
You know, look, we've seen this many times. This is a presidential debate. If you have the candidates up on stage, as we've all discussed at the convention center, each with a podium and each with a microphone.
You want podiums or just a table? I guess it
No.
doesn't matter.
I like a podium. I like them to stand. I want to see how their body language with the questions.
So then Channel 20 would have to provide, okay, podiums, guys.
Okay, now, but this is cool. Who's going to be asking the questions?
We need a moderator, huh?
Yes, we need a moderator, maybe 3. We don't need Fox News now or CNN, but we could have like Dr. Khan could be there, and then two other representatives to ask the questions, and a table in front of the stage where the podium is, where each has a podium.
Kind of love where you're going with
looking
this.
good. This is really looking good. But I think Dr. Khan should be there in the center, and then I don't know who. I think we should have 3, and I think it should be representative of the county, of the county's population. And I think it should proceed pretty much like a presidential debate or gubernatorial debate would proceed in a public and transparent way. I think between Channel 12 and Channel 5, this thing will be all over the county. And the free parking, which of course it's a county event, it's a county building. So I would leave that up to a discussion. The only thing I would say is I think we need Dr. Khan to be in the center, and then 2 other probably impartial folks next to him. And I think we pretty much wrapped it up, Mayor. Just the rest up to you. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Again, how are they going to submit questions if not in person, if they can't make it there?
The questions will be submitted. The questions will be submitted.
How?
No, I think when they RSVP, maybe there could be a link with the RSVP if you cannot attend, but you would like to submit a question, have that part of the link.
Perfect, great idea.
And these questions have to be submitted so that there's no illegal or improper questions submitted to the applicants, right? So that they'll all be pre-screened, thank you. And so I think thank you, Mayor, for having a sort of free flow of ideas here. But I think the next question is who's going to sit, who are the other 2 representatives to be sitting there and next to Dr. Khan. And I think that's something we could open up to discussion.
I guess the question will be, do we really need anybody else?
Yes, it's always good to have three. Why? I don't know. But three is always a good.
There's only
it
4
just-
candidates, so that's kind of overwhelming.
Well, let's talk about it. I mean, I think that we could have,
Commissioner Sachs, how about just if we find a moderator? I bet you one of our local, either former news
moderators, yeah,
casters,
Matt Lincoln or some of the other.
anyone, right? Or we just had one here recently, Michael Williams.
Oh, he's good.
Maybe reach out to someone who would love to
I
maybe
think that would be good.
do
The
this.
mayor should really do it on behalf of the board, maybe to reach out.
I'll be
to a
happy
couple of
to.
our TV commentators, our TV, and I think that, because they have a nice voice and they know how to, blah, blah, blah. And Dr. Khan?
If you have someone from the news, you really don't need me doing that.
No, we do.
You just, all that person's doing is reading the questions from the public.
Right.
Could we make sure that you're still involved in vetting the
Yes.
questions so that they're not
And
inappropriate?
I think that's
And I'd be happy to, and if we could, the mayor suggested putting in a basket and picking, that way people, because there's a chance we won't be able to get through every single question.
Right.
If it's randomly selected questions, that way we're not
I think.
having
yeah,
any perception of favoritism.
Correct. But I think we should have a representative of the county there. So Dr. Khan.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think
Right.
if we have a TV personality as a moderator and Dr. Khan there and our basket of questions, I think we're doing the right thing. And Commissioner Flores.
Since we're going to be asking a TV personality, I just want to make sure that all the questions are pre-approved and it doesn't get into an investigative headliner reporting type of. So all the questions that are going to be asked need to be.
All the questions that are in the basket will have been vetted, not for content, but to make sure that it is something where appropriate and permissible to be asked.
And while the newscaster is a news personality, they're not doing an editorial. They're just asking a question.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. That's their role, is to just ask the question. Okay. So what other direction do you need from us? I think
So that gets us through
we
day
wrapped
one.
up a lot of things
That's
here.
day one.
And we did it like in a peaceful manner.
So that is day one. Day two is the public interview, scheduled to begin at 9:30 in this room.
I think we answered that too.
I did.
I think a lot of this has already been answered.
Yep.
So direction of the board is to do a panel format.
Correct.
So all of the applicants are sitting right here
Correct.
with rotating questions on who asked the first question.
Correct.
Is there a particular order that you'd like to start with, or does it matter now if we're
Draw names from a hat.
drawing in from a hat? Okay.
Oh, bring a hard hat.
The next part is a little more procedural. How many questions will each applicant be asked? I did a little bit of math just to get an idea with some thoughts, and this is based on 5 people, so that number is going to be a little bit lower. But if we were to have 3 minutes each to respond with 2 follow-up questions and 2 minutes each for each follow-up question, you're getting to it. If one question is answered by 4 applicants, you're now down to about.
Let's just give 30 minutes for each question. I think
About
that's easy math.
It's easy math. 30 minutes, which means if you do a full round with every commissioner asking one question, you're at about 3.5 hours. So the question is, how many questions per commissioner would we like to do?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I think we should just set a timeline.
Time limit.
A time limit, and we get through as many questions as we can, and at the end of it, we're done. Instead of a certain number of questions, unless anyone has.
I think we go from 9:30 till 12, take an hour for lunch, come back at 1, go for another 3.5 hours. We'll have put in 7 hours of questions.
For 4 people.
You know what we need is we need a timekeeper. I know candidates are going to go over.
Actually, you know what? I think we'll have someone else do the timekeeping.
Oh, no, not us.
Please, I gladly, can we have like
will
the
give the
current interim
timekeeping to-
administrator be the timekeeper?
We'll give the,
Yeah, but he needs like a clock, you know?
For
3,
designate?
2, 1, time out, time.
And can we
That's it.
time our
No, no, we're
questions
timing
and
there.
like the answers
Right.
so that we as individual commissioners are not taking up all the time?
yeah, we can't possibly take 5 minutes to ask a question and we're only giving them 3 minutes to answer. So our questions should be brief and concise.
Yeah, I don't think we need to time us. I think we need to time the candidates. And to have Mr. Bonlair in there with a clock, 3, you know, and then 2, 1, I'm there.
So the question that we're really at right now is how much time, because in your one round of questions, you have approximately 4 hours. Since we're only 4 candidates, it's probably going to be more like 3.5. So 1 question in the morning, 1 question in the afternoon, and we're at 7 hours. So when we say 14 questions, you have to understand it's going to probably take 7 hours for 14 questions.
Too many questions.
Okay. So each commissioner gets 7 questions, and then we randomly pick 3 more questions from the hard hat, since we're going to have a hat the night before. I'm looking for suggestions, because absolutely each commissioner should ask a question. And by the way, how are those questions being submitted? And do you have questions that have already been submitted by the task force that maybe we could take a look at?
Yes, I do have the questions submitted by the task force, which I will be sharing with all of you. And you'll get the full list of all the questions that were submitted by the task force.
And if there's a question on that list that we would like to ask that's not on that list, do you want us to submit that question to you beforehand?
I will go to the next slide. So, as previously discussed, the interview is an assessment as such and consistent with county practices and the advice of legal experts. All of the candidates will need to be asked the same questions, which it sounds like we've covered since it's a panel, so.
Correct.
We've already covered that. And this does not preclude follow-up questions. And when we're talking about how much time they have to respond, then we would also talk how much time do they have to respond to follow-ups, as their questions might lead to some other questions. In doing this, is there a date when each commissioner would like to send questions prior to the June 17th?
We should probably have our questions to you by next Tuesday so that you have time to compile them and make sure that our questions aren't redundant. Sure. I've got lots of lights on. Commissioner Woodward, actually, I think your light was first.
Thank you, Mayor.
Your light's been on for a while.
So to be clear, are we saying each of us aren't going to ask our own question?
Yes.
So each of us will at least ask one question, and would it be similar, we'll start 1 through 7, and then we cycle back through? I mean, if we each asked 2 questions, and we cycle through with the 4 of those, would that not be sufficient, so that each of us are allowed to ask our 2 questions, and we rotate through the day? We get 1 round before lunch, do another round after lunch? Would that not work? And do we have to put that much time for each question, like with the follow-ups, the 3 minutes per answer, but there's not necessarily going to be follow-ups?
You're probably not going to be able to pre-prepare a follow-up question because it'll be based on whatever information they're presenting when they respond.
Yeah, we're not
And
going
you
to
won't- and there won't
necessarily
always
have
be
a
a follow-up
follow-up.
question.
So that, your estimate was on the high end
Correct.
of how long this could take. It wouldn't necessarily take that long, and not every answer would even take the full 3 minutes necessarily either. So, I mean, that would be because I think each of us has certain questions that we would all like to ask. I wouldn't want to put our questions into a hat and draw them. I mean, if I have a question, I'd like to ask it. So,
I think why we should submit the questions early is, what if all 7 of us have the same question? So,
and that's a very important question.
correct. So that's why I would suggest that we get the questions to Dr. Khan, and then if like 4 of us have the same question, then maybe we submit 2 questions to you that we might like. And so
Maybe
only in the sense of I'm sure the task force, when they submitted questions, there were redundancies.
Yes. And I had some task force members who sent me 30 questions, and I had some who sent me one question. So it's just a matter of preference. But in this case, if we were to do one round in the morning, one in the afternoon, and let's say we didn't do as much follow-up, so it went a little faster, it could possibly be 3 questions each if we wanted, unless you feel 21 questions is too much.
So I guess my only question, in order to not have him or anyone necessarily telling us which questions we should or shouldn't ask, we should maybe come prepared with maybe 4 or 5 questions of our own. And as the day progresses, if someone asks my question, be like, all right, well, they already asked my question. I have 4 more to go. And I think that might, instead of trying to wrangle us through and him saying, well, your question's somewhat close to another commissioner's without, I mean, we have sunshine, so we can't sit here and discuss our questions with each other. So could we just maybe prepare a list of 4 or 5, ranking which ones are most important for us? And if it gets asked before it's our turn, then we just move on to the next question.
I actually have a question. Are we planning to submit these questions to each of the applicants in advance, or are they answering these on the fly?
We had initially talked about presenting it to them sooner because it was going to be one at a time. But if it's a panel, then that is up to you, your direction.
So then really the reason we would be submitting our questions to you is just to make sure that we can legally ask them.
And making sure there's no redundancy, yes.
Okay.
But even if there's redundancies, I mean, they might not be exactly the same, but it should be our discretion. Like if Commissioner Sachs asks a question that's pretty close to mine and I get my answer, then I'll be like, oh, thank you for that. You took my question and I have another one lined up. Just because, I mean, we may have similar questions, but they're not going to be identical. And we're smart enough to realize if someone already asked our question, we should move on to a different one. It would just be my suggestion for the rest of us. I'd like to have a list of questions for myself, and then if the rest of you ask my question, then I'll have less to say.
Very good.
Commissioner Sachs.
Thank you. Point of clarification. Each one of us has issues in our districts. I have issues, everybody knows it's about ag reserve, preserved land, things like that, traffic. Commissioner Woodward has issues of the cities. I have no cities. I need to ask the questions that concern my district, such as Commissioner Baxter has issues in the acreage, Loxahatchee, and Commissioner Marino has issues in North County. So we need to be able to be free to ask those questions that concern our people and our issues. And I just want to make sure that my questions will be for if I choose, will be for my district, and the issues that I want to make sure that applicant is on the same page with me, and that's okay, right?
Of course.
Good. So that they're probably not going to be duplicitous, because I'm not going to ask questions about the acreage, and other folks are not going to ask questions about the ag reserve. So, and you're only going to look at them in terms of legal sufficiency. I always find this interesting that y'all don't trust us, that you think we're going to ask them some faraway, illegal, unconstitutional question, but I'm not going to go into that rabbit hole. I just want to be sure, as a point of classification, that the questions that I ask are going to be may probably be for the people in my district. Good.
Yes, ma'am.
That was a yes, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Commissioner Flores.
Yeah, so I have a funny feeling that they're probably going to answer the questions that you want the day before when you do the one-on-one. So I don't like the idea of giving my questions ahead of time, because in all essence, we're scripting the interview for them. I would rather that day we submit the questions to you the morning of. You can review them really quick, and you say perhaps this one. But we're already going to be submitting the questions probably the day before. I have a feeling that we're going to be asking those questions the day before. So I'm not a big fan of submitting my questions ahead of time. I have never been in an interview where I have been given the questions ahead of time for a job. And I understand that there could be some duplicity, on the board, but I'm pretty sure we're going to have our questions lined up from the day prior, and we can adjust fire on the go. That's just my 2 cents. The 4 individuals are probably listening to the meeting right now. So, it's not rocket science asking some questions. So that's my personal opinion. But if you guys choose that we want to submit the questions ahead of time,
We're only submitting them to Dr. Khan, not to the applicants.
in all instances, this is public records request. I mean, the questions are not.
For what's considered an exam, there are exemptions for those.
So the question that we're going to pick, there's an exemption?
Yes, there is. It's just like, it's treated like an exam. So if someone were to do a public records request, they wouldn't get it.
I'm lost too.
No problem.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Sacks.
Mr. Adi, what did you just say? So the question that I submit, any of us submit to Dr. Khan is not public record?
There are exemptions for those
I
questions.
know there are exemptions, but could you give us the exemption? I've got the charter here, and I'm very much in for transparency. So if there is a question that would be exempt from
Or
public
if
record?
you want your questions, if the board wants the questions to be public, you can waive any exemptions. So
Is there an exemption to these questions?
yes, there is.
Could you
For
tell
an
me what
example,
it is?
just give me
I
a
don't want to
minute.
put you on the spot. You can give it to us later. Okay? I don't want to put you on the spot. Thanks.
We have several cards. This is 6C3. Yes, we have several
Yes.
cards.
We have 3 cards. Alexandria Larson, Mrs. Mary Brom, and Tarosik Peter. I apologize.
I told you I was a manager for 100 years. You know what you ask them? Tell them to sell you a paper bag. Anybody who can sell you a paper bag will be able to do the job, the minutia that you guys sit up here for hours with. You make meetings longer. I didn't think that could happen in this county, you know? They're the longest meetings I've ever sat through. I can't make that up, commissioners, you know, because I'm struck with my memory. So I know all your predecessors and how they worked and how they acted. And I'm like, I guess you should go get lessons from everybody on how to shorten this, because we should be here at 5 o'clock over the stupid questions. You know, you can do this. There's only 2 questions. So one of them be, sell me a paper bag, because then you'll see how animated they are and how easily they could lie to you. Thank you.
Hi, board. I totally agree that you have someone in there. I'm going to give you an example. In March, we were down here because word got out about the previous county administrator, what you all were going to do with her, that you all were going to terminate her. See, you have to look beyond these pales here, because it is vital for you as a board and we as the public to have that transparency so that you would not be in the hot seat. And I don't want you in no hot seat, because Ms. Bram do not want to come down here to defend all of you all. That is important. Trust Ms. Bram. I've seen this happen time after time after time. Get a neutral person in there. That's to safeguard you as a board and the process in its integrity, period. So I wanted to say that. I totally agree, too, with Commissioner Joe Flores when he said, I don't want to have to prep them, because every last, you know, went from 7 to 6, am I 5 now? 4, okay. You have 4 now. Anyone that comes before you should know the demographic of your county. You have a $1.5 million budget. And Ms. Bram, correct me if I'm wrong.
$9 billion budget, 1.5 million people.
1.5 million people, okay? And your budget exceeds, it will continue to exceed your territories here. So you need someone. Don't prep them. If you're interested in this job here, I need for you to know all about Miss Brown's County. They don't need prepping. You're applying for a job here. You're not coming to be babysat. You're applying for a job. Do not prep them. Because once when you give them those questions there, they already know what their answer is going to be. Trust Miss Brown. I've seen that too. And another thing too that I would like to say, it should be a candidate form. I mean, you're down to 4, and I think 3 of them are in-house. I'm going to say four in-house. Okay. 4 is in-house now. So you know the general public, whoever is going to root for them is going to come out. They're going to come out. But you still will make that critical decision. Do not prep them. Those questions should be given the day of, so that nobody's hands would be in the cookie jar. I'm going to use that expression. So, see, that's how we do business.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Who's last? Peter? Rutland Boulevard? Okay. All right, Vice Mayor Baxter, your light has been on for a while.
We were talking about the length of time that each candidate gets and the answers, questions, timing, so on. If we are sticking to 3-minute responses, I don't like the idea of submitting the questions in advance. Too many hands in the cookie jar, I think we just heard. I agree with that. I think that we as commissioners can understand that each candidate only gets 3 minutes to answer. And whether we want to ask 1, 2, or 3 questions or whatever, the people answering, the 4 candidates, only get 3 minutes to answer. So I think that's the best way to handle this. I think if I ask 2 questions that should have seemingly short answers, they get 3 minutes to answer, whether it's 1 question, 2 questions, or 3. And we can kind of maybe adjust our questions based on the answers we've heard from previous commission questions. So I don't like the idea of being stuck into just a certain line of questions. We should be able to improvise. And if another commissioner, to Commissioner Woodward's point, asks a similar question, all right, next. So I do agree with that. I'm sorry, it's been a long time since it seems like we've discussed this, but that's kind of where I stand. We just need to understand that each person is only going to have 3 minutes to answer. And that's where I stand. I don't like being set into a set question.
Is there a time limit for follow-up responses
From whom?
from the candidate?
Follow
So
up.
if the candidate responds to your question with 3 minutes, you have a follow-up question for them based on their answer.
They get 1 minute to respond,
1
is what
minute.
you're saying? I think that's what you have highlighted.
This was just an example. I put 2 minutes, but it could be 1 minute, it could be whatever the board directs.
I think it should be short responses in the, I'm always for, if you can't say it in 1 minute, what are you saying? I think people take extremely long times to say things, then I tell people, can I get the short version? Quite a bit, because cut to the point, that's me. Some people like to elaborate between 1 or 2 minutes. Now we only have 4 candidates. I mean, we're talking about a difference of 4 minutes times 7, 28 minutes. I'll see what my board has to say. I don't really have a strong preference on that. If you think 2 minutes for a response is best, I'll go with that. But honestly, I guess my preference would be just 1 minute.
I was just giving an example. This was not a
Okay.
recommendation.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Powell and then Commissioner Sacks.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I think that each candidate has unique experiences. And the challenge of limiting their time to explain those experiences could potentially be problematic. I think that we, as a board, have the opportunity to police where things are going. If we find that a person is pontificating an extremely long time, we can say, hey, can you bring it in for landing? That's enough. But if they've had the opportunity to delve into their experience and the uniqueness of their life, the authenticity of what they've had to deal with to explain a situation that's a little bit further, maybe uncommon, I think that we should have the deference to allow that. By putting time frames on them, sometimes may handicap us just a little bit from being able to understand the full story. Now, if someone
That's what the
is-
follow-up questions would be for. We have to set a time frame because then we'd be, look at how long it's taking us just to decide how much time we need. So I think we need to set the time frame, but also that's the ability to have them with follow-up questions.
Exactly. And your point, we're discussing the idea of selecting a county administrator who will serve us. The previous county administrator served for 9 years. Prior to that, over 30. So this is, we've narrowed down the process, and it may take a while because these will be people. I potentially could be here for 8. At a minimum, I could be gone tomorrow, right? God willing, I'll be back tomorrow. But the person who we select, in all likelihood, will be here longer than we as a board. Therefore, I think when we handicap them to 2 minutes or 1 minute, we may be doing ourselves a disservice. But hey, I'm only one member of the board, a very uncommon member of the board, but a unique set of attributes should be explained. If someone has the opportunity to do so, we shouldn't pigeonhole them. And those are my comments.
So just to be clear, we're giving them 3 minutes to respond to the question, and then what we're talking about now is the follow-up, whether we give them 1 or 2 minutes. I'm fine with 2 minutes since we only have 4 candidates, but that is my opinion, and there are other people. Attorney Kaufman, your light is on.
I just wanted to add comment from my experiences. I've interviewed a lot of attorneys, I've interviewed a lot of managers, I've interviewed a lot of directors, and I know what the interviewing protocol is that's online and that everybody is told. And what they're told to do is include stories and examples from their experience to demonstrate their ability to do whatever it is you're asking them to do. So I am concerned about the time frame. Even to be able to give a decent answer in 3 minutes might be difficult for some people. They need, in order for you to understand their ability, how they can bring into their past experience the problems we have today is really important, in my opinion. I'm just throwing it out there.
Vice Mayor and then Commissioner Sacks.
Madam Mayor, I think even in this meeting, regular meetings, we always ask for permission if we feel somebody needs to wrap up a statement or somebody needs a few extra seconds within reason. I don't think that we need to, I don't think 3 minutes should be the guideline, the standard, but at the mayor's discretion, maybe allow, another 5, 10, 15 seconds to wrap up their thought. We do that in public comment. We do that all the time. This is not supposed to, I think, get into the weeds of this so much that we are limiting it. We still have a mayor. We still have somebody running our meetings that can allow an extra few seconds. So just setting a 3 and a 2 minute seems like the best option moving forward, with understanding somebody might need a few extra seconds to wrap up a thought.
Thank you. Commissioner Sacks.
Thank you. I think we need to just formalize this and move on. Yes. We give matters by the public 3 minutes. I know 3 of the 4 applicants pretty damn well. And the 4th, I have an impressive resume, actually of all 4 of these. I know everything about them that I probably need to know, and maybe more than I don't need to know. Issue is this. Let's get it down 3 minutes, what we give to the public, 1 minute for wrap-up. We know these folks. 3 of them we work with all the time. One of them has got a very good resume. Everything's in here in our documents. And thank you. I remember talking about this, and I'm glad that we have it. So that 3 minutes, we give it to the public, 3 minutes. We've got the 3 minutes right there. 1 minute to wrap up. Specific questions. I don't need to know about their background. I have it here. So I think we need to wrap this up, bring it around, and get it down to what, and Mayor, I look to you to summarize this, probably 3 minutes, up to 3 minutes, 1 minute for wrap up. And then if we need more time, you're the moderator, we say, I need another minute, or the applicant may say, I need another minute. So let's wrap it up, let's bring it home. Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Flores.
Yeah, I think we got to remember that this will not be the first time that we meet with them. We will have one-on-one interviews the day before. So I think that's something that we have to keep in mind. So we will have heard some of these answers and experiences the day prior. We will see them in action, interacting with the community. And I think 3 minutes is sufficient. I think a 1 minute follow-up is sufficient. And I think 2 questions per commissioner should suffice. And I think we just set it at that, in my opinion.
I think we set a time
just-
frame. Just overall, we're going to do questions for X amount of time.
I think 3 minutes, 1 minute, and that's it. Maybe give them a 5-minute introduction before we get started with a firing squad.
And a 5-minute conclusion? And a 5-minute conclusion?
Did you put conclusion on here? I did not. No. I don't think we need that conclusion. I think if they can't make their case with the answers, I think that's where I'm at. I think we got to remember that we will have access to them the day prior. We will see them in action that evening, and then we will see them answering questions here with us.
So, Dr. Khan.
So 3 minutes to respond, 1 minute for follow-up. Is there an intro? Are we doing an intro time, or are we
said
covering that on
5 minutes
Monday
for an
night?
introduction each.
We already did it. We did it, I'm sorry, to interrupt, but we did it the day before. Look, I know these folks. I work with them every day. 3 of them are, we're friends, so. I don't think we need an intro.
We don't need an intro.
Let's cut it down. Let's get it, let's strategic and let's get into it. Wrap it up.
Because that was actually on the slide previous. So we don't need an introduction because we will have interviewed them the day before. We will have heard their 5 minutes the evening before. And so we'll just go right into questions. I guess the question for the board is, do we take questions for 4 hours, 5 hours, 6 hours, 7 hours? That would be, because that'll determine how many questions they're asked. Do we just say, okay, we're going to ask questions for 5 hours and whatever happens within that 5 hours?
2.5 before lunch and 2.5 after? Yeah. Yeah,
Yep.
that works.
Okay, there you go. See how easy that was?
Okay. So for getting questions, because you're asking questions on the 16th, we could get them as late as midnight on the night of the 16th, and that gives us the morning of the 17th to review before the 9:30 interviews
I am
begin.
not submitting questions.
Can I just ask, are you asking us to submit the questions just to vet the
Correct.
legality of these questions? So
Correct.
we don't have to email them to you. I think that was some of the concern of them going out.
If the attorney hears us asking a legal question, she can chime in and say we can't answer that.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so we're not going to be submitting questions to you.
Okay.
However, would you forward the questions that the task force?
Yes, I will send all of you the task force.
Because
the
this
list of
is an
questions that were
idea
submitted
of
by the
what
task
they were
force.
looking for, so I think that might be good to have.
Okay.
Okay? We might even be able to put those questions in the hat the evening before.
I don't know about you, but I actually had a little lesson on questions not to ask.
What were they?
Oh, there's 15 questions that we can't ask. So
Well,
I'm
why
an
don't- you know
expert
what?
now on questions not to ask in an interview process.
Dr. Khan, why don't you get with us and tell us what is allowed and what isn't allowed?
Okay.
Okay? So that would be great. This way we can move on. Okay.
Okay.
So now the question is, how do we want to rank? Do we want to score? Do we want to do rounds? And then what's consensus? So,
I think we can do that privately and then vote at the end.
I agree.
What do you mean privately?
Like, while we're sitting here, we'll take notes of how each candidate's answering, and then at the end, however we feel appropriate, at the end, we'll each say a name of who we want to be the next administrator. Or no name. And say, start all over.
Okay. Madam Mayor?
sure.
Thank you. We have done this before on, when we vote on people for commissions. I think we're professional and mature enough that we can have a person that we want to be county administrator without going into all this script. So I agree with my colleague, Commissioner Baxter. Have somebody that we like, and we take that vote. Going into a scoring system, this is becoming like a game show or something, you know. I think we've done this before with commissions. We have 3 or 4 applicants, and I think that we work. If there's any issues, we have the mayor who has been voted upon and chosen to be the moderator and sort of the CEO of how this proceeds, and I think we take it like that. I
Thank
would
you.
like that. Thank you.
Commissioner Woodward.
I would agree with what the vice mayor said. My question was, because I know this came up with the task force, that any notes that were taken have to be kept and then made public. Is that a part of our process as well?
The notes that you take, that you rely on for your decision, is subject to sunshine, a public records request.
We are allowed private notes.
If you use the notes and you rely on those notes to make your decision, they're subject to public records.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Powell.
Similar to what Commissioner Baxter indicated, Vice Mayor Baxter indicated, perhaps as we take notes, we could have a voting system where we also vote and then we hand our vote down with our name on it to the administrator or somebody who reads off the votes to see who got the most votes or who we all selected, as opposed to saying it aloud or reading it aloud. That way, there's no that way, if I say I'm voting for this candidate and you're voting for that candidate, we don't know who voted for who yet until we send it down and it's all read at the same time. Therefore, making it, not giving anyone a distinct advantage to say, well, I'm voting for this person because I know how many votes are here or there.
Okay.
I think,
I can orchestrate.
if I could, Madam Mayor, I think
Take
that's like
that
a
up.
jury. Then we submit those votes to the clerk, and the clerk reads guilty or not guilty, you know, the names of, or counts the tally. Candidate A gets, you know, candidate B, candidate C. And then that would mean that our votes then, is this correct, Commissioner Powell? Our votes would be private unless requested through public records. In other words, what you're saying is that Commissioner Sachs doesn't necessarily vote for this person, but I write it on a piece of paper, submit it to the clerk. The clerk reads, not necessarily the commissioner, but the clerk reads candidate A got so many votes, candidate B got so many votes.
It becomes a simultaneous vote, in essence.
Exactly. And then unless there's a public, I mean, I'm paraphrasing it as, is that what you were talking about, Commissioner Powell?
No, I would, your name would be on your vote. So once it's announced by the clerk, Commissioner Sachs voted for candidate A.
Oh, okay.
Commissioner Powell voted for candidate B. Commissioner whoever voted for
Right.
candidate A, and then it's done that way. But the difference is, unlike when we vote on a particular issue, we can count votes up here and say, well, this person voted this way. I can be the tiebreaker. We know
Oh, I see
every.
what you- yeah, I think that's an interesting idea.
Commissioner Flores.
Yeah, I think we're overthinking this. I don't want a scoring system. I don't want notes, personally. Anything that we write here, like this is a public record. See what I mean? I don't need to be writing notes or having to write notes. I don't want to write notes. I usually, when we have these meetings, I take very little notes. It's up here. Very similar to when we discuss any topic up here. We make a decision based on what we've learned, and we just make that decision. I personally do not want notes or scoring system. And I think at the end of the day, after we wrap up, we come to a conclusion, we do a roll call. I don't know that there needs to be a paper. I mean, you got to stand behind the person that you have a conviction on. That's my personal opinion. And then if we don't agree, then we have to debate with each other to figure out how do we make that next step. Keep it simple.
Commissioner Weiss.
Dr. Khan, you're too slow with your slides. I think I actually like the idea of a consensus and having a discussion. I think it would behoove us to be able to come to an agreement that we all agree on. It sets up, if we're able to come to an agreement, but it sets up the incoming administrator in a much better place if we can get the board can agree. Because if we end up with a 4-3 vote, it puts that person in a really difficult place, because at that point, one commissioner potentially can flip and they're out of a job. So to the extent that we can come to a consensus, and if we can't, then maybe you can move on to a vote. But I like the idea of having discussion and seeing if we can come to an agreement. I think it would better serve us as a board and better serve the incoming county administrator.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I agree with Commissioner Weiss. We need a public and transparent process. If we, the board, want to say who and why we're supporting that person, I like the consensus idea. I like that we discuss it, we talk about it, and so we all know. I don't like the idea of a private, here's a name vote. I have different reasons than Commissioner Weiss, but still the same. The outcome, or what I would like to see, is a consensus, and have those thoughts said publicly, not just, here's my vote. We need to keep this very public and not just submit or do it privately. And I like the idea that if I hear another commissioner's thoughts or ideas on someone, that I take that into consideration as well. We do that on other votes. We do that on other projects. We do that all the time. I think it's served us well to this point. I think we should, how much I love process. This is a process I actually agree on, that I actually love. So let's stick with the process that we currently have.
Commissioner Woodward.
Thank you, Mayor. To be clear, my question for Commissioner Powell, because I do like your idea, but did you mean to skip the discussion part of it, or would we have the discussion and then just the actual voting part was your, what'd you call it, simultaneous?
In essence, it's simultaneous. It's not. Okay. It's not like.
You meant to have discussion before we do that?
Absolutely, Commissioner Woodward. It would be, and let me be clear, nothing would change. it would be the equivalent of us announcing our vote. However, the disadvantage would be no other commissioner could hear the name I said until they're all read at the same time. So if there were a 3-3 and the last commissioner hears there's 3 for this candidate and 3 for that candidate, the last commissioner could potentially be a tiebreaker and could say, oh, well, I'm the last voter, so I'm going to vote this way, and I broke the tie. Now, if we all vote and pass our vote down with our name on it, at the end, it doesn't give an advantage to any single commissioner. If and maybe it doesn't get to a 3-3. I can't. Let me finish. Don't do that. It would give us the opportunity so that if you hear what I say, and we would have discussion. I'm not a fan of a 7-person consensus. I don't know if that's what was being discussed. I'm a unique individual. I spent a lot of time in Tallahassee, and there were times with 40 members on the floor, there was 39-1, and I was the one quite a few times. In the House, there was a time where it's 120, and I was the one, well, 119, and I was the one. So if it's a consensus, I cannot guarantee you that I'll be all 7. Sometimes I got to be the one. And that's unfortunate, but that's life. Because life is difficult and it's unique, and we all have our own lives to live. But I believe that this process, we would vote just like we normally vote. However, instead of announcing it aloud, we would pass our vote down. Your name is on your vote. Bobby Powell said this person. And at the end, if nobody gets to 4, nobody gets to 4.
If I could, as a
You
follow-up.
want to turn on your microphone and speak while I'm talking? Because you keep doing that, and it's
Just to
not
follow
cool.
up, because it was brought to my attention, I believe the last time this happened, it was not a consensus vote initially, and then they called for a potential second vote for everyone to give unanimous support. The majority chose Ms. Baker, and then they had a second vote, and then it was a unanimous support. So having his solution with us doing the ballot all at once, we could do that, and if there is a prevailing party, then we could call for a second vote to then, say that this board unanimously supports the chosen member. So that, would then say that we as a board, we're ready to move forward with this new individual, and we have work to do. So that would be my suggestion. I definitely, we have the discussion. When the discussion's over, we write our votes down, pass them, that comes out, and then we would have the opportunity at that point to have another vote. Just if all of us would like to say, yes, we are in agreement, we give unanimous support to this new administrator, and let's get to work. That would be my suggestion, which is a bit of a hybrid of what you're both saying. But I do like the idea of, and you said, having a tie-break potential puts someone in either a really awkward or a really powerful spot, and this just gives all of us an equal vote at the same time. So I appreciate that suggestion.
Commissioner Sachs.
This is a beautiful process, because we're coming around to what I think may be the fairest way to do it. Starting with what Commissioner Powell said, and he has pretty much the most experience of voting in a group, being in the legislature. Then I like what Commissioner Woodward says, that we have the clerk tally the votes. I don't think it would be wonderful if on the first vote we get 7. Maybe not. Maybe we get 5-2. Then we bring it back. And we as a board unify and say, yes, we're going to all come behind as one board of county commissioners for the person who got the majority vote. I think that really shows a comity of purpose and a unification. And the voting thing can be very treacherous at times, especially with 7 of us. It was 120 in the House, it was 40 in the Senate. It was a little dance the way we did our votes there. So I think that's a very good idea, send the votes down to the clerk. Clerk will tally them, and then we will come together, hopefully, and I think we will, as a board, and say, let's all get behind the person who got the majority of votes so that we all speak with one voice. And that's the way I would do it, Madam Mayor.
I actually do like that process, so it sounds like we have consensus on the board for the process that Commissioner Powell put forth. Am I hearing that correctly? Yes, okay. So, Dr. Khan, did you understand what Commissioner Powell put forth and that we have elaborated on and hopefully concluded with?
So it's my understanding.
We will have a discussion.
Mhm.
After the discussion, we will write the name down, we'll pass it down. So the clerk will say, candidate 1 got 4 votes, candidate 2 got 2 votes, candidate 3 got 2 votes. And then it'll be up to the board to say, you know what? Okay, we'll all go with candidate 1 who got the 3 votes. But the first round, this way it doesn't, and I agree, it doesn't put one person in a position of power. It gives us equal power, or equal opinion, I should say. Okay?
Okay.
All right, where are we? Are we done?
We're done.
Okay. But I have 2 lights on, and one of them is our attorney. So how about if I take the attorney first, and then I'll go with Commissioner Flores?
Thank you, Commissioner Flores. Just to clarify, when the clerk reads the votes, they must also read the name attached to the vote, so we're complying with sunshine.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Commissioner Flores.
So on the second consensus vote, what happens if there's no consensus? It's a 4-3 vote again.
It's a 4-3 vote again.
Okay, so it's still going to be a majority vote. Okay, it's not a full consensus.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Weiss.
So what happens if you get a 3, 3, and 1?
Discussion. No, 3-3-1 means we have discussion, and then we do a second vote with just the 2 top vote getters.
Okay, so then we'll go to the 2 top vote getters.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So what is going to be the reverter?
If it's a tie.
3-3-1, right? What
then
happens?
You take out the 1, and then you have discussion about the 2 that are left, and then you pick.
3, 3, 1.
Yeah, okay.
Okay?
Got it.
Clear as mud?
Clear as mud.
Thank you. Hopefully it won't get to that. But I think we have, I'm not even going to say it, beat this dead horse. So we are moving, do we have? We're done. Okay, God, that seems like so long ago that we did cards. Administrator Von Laren suggested that item 6C4 be moved to another agenda because it is 5 o'clock and we do need to get the county attorney's motion on.
Is this a motion to postpone?
So we will probably need a motion to postpone item 6C4, correct?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? See that motion carries to go forward.
Mayor, may I be
Sorry.
recognized?
Flores?
I made the motion.
Thank you. Okay. 6D1, County Attorney.
Welcome back, Mr. Oddie.
I'm going to get a water, but.
Hi.
Good afternoon.
Is it the will of the board that we have a presentation?
Yes.
All right.
Very briefly.
Under 2 minutes? Like, can I set a timer?
Yes.
Just kidding. Go ahead.
Tamba, County Attorney's Office.
I have to disagree. I need a good presentation on this. There's a lot of eyes watching right now because they've been texting me all of day waiting for this item to come up. So we need a good presentation because there are a lot of people paying attention.
Understood, Commissioner Flores. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Masimba Mutamba, Assistant County Attorney. Commissioners, the County Attorney's Office is seeking your direction in response to federal grant conditions that have changed, that have adopted certain certain executive orders, rather, that President Trump signed. There is first Executive Order 14168, which, among other things, requires federal agencies to, quote, end federal funding of gender ideology. Gender ideology is not defined in the executive order. There is also a second executive order that certain federal agencies have started to incorporate into their grant agreements that the county needs to sign. Executive Order 14173 requires federal agencies to require grant recipients to certify that they do not operate any programs promoting DEI programs that violate federal anti-discrimination laws. Again, the term DEI program or illegal DEI programs is not defined in the executive order signed by the president. Because these terms are not defined, but that nevertheless these terms are being enforced by the federal agencies as conditions to grants that are starting to come to departments and county administration and for the mayor's approval and signature, the county attorney's office is recommending certain emergency ordinance enactment in order to minimize the potential that a federal agency will independently decide that Palm Beach County is not fulfilling the terms of the grant conditions that incorporate these executive orders. Basically, what we are recommending is that this board pass an emergency ordinance that suspends certain provisions of programs we currently have in place that may subsequently be found or determined by a federal agency to be violative of certain grant conditions. Supreme Court case law gives the federal government broad discretion for whether they deem a grantee to be in compliance of the terms of a federal grant. It's a little bit different than anti-discrimination law generally when the federal government is giving grant monies to an entity. They're given broad latitude for how they set terms for acceptance of those grant funds, and they're given broad latitude to define when a grantee is out of breach of those terms. Because of that broad discretion, the county attorney's office feels like it is a good step to minimize the likelihood of a subsequent finding by the federal government that we have breached grant terms. Recently, the president has also empowered the Attorney General's office to establish a civil rights initiative to potentially prosecute under the False Claims Act any subsequent determination of knowing or willful misrepresentations in grant agreements. That's the other reason why we are recommending an emergency ordinance that at least appears to show the county's intent to suspend any provisions that may be currently interpreted by a federal agency giving the county funds as not in compliance with the presidential EOs. However, I do want to take a moment to say that the county attorney's office believes all of the programs we currently have in place do comply with federal anti-discrimination laws. Under Title VI, which is the title of the Civil Rights Act that requires federal programs to not discriminate, we believe every county program is currently compliant with that law, just as we believe that every county program is compliant with Title VII's anti-discrimination laws, which relate to anti-discrimination in the employment context. Nevertheless, because when we receive grant funds from federal agencies, they have broad discretion to term and define conditions to grant funds separate from what may exist in the anti-discrimination federal legal realm. So that is why we're proposing that you pass an emergency enactment ordinance that requires a 4/5 vote, which means 6 out of 7 commissioners, to suspend until pending litigation is resolved regarding the legality of the presidential executive orders, regarding the legality of federal agencies adopting those executive orders, that during the pendency of the litigation that's going on, we suspend certain programs as they relate to how those federal monies are going to be spent. That will better position us to argue that we are not violating grant terms if in fact we receive any correspondence to the contrary. With that, my oral presentation is concluded, but I do have Isami Ayala Colazo here from County Administration to answer any questions you may have with respect to how County Administration seeks to implement things going forward if you do enact the emergency ordinance. And of course, the County Attorney's Office is available for any questions regarding the analysis I just outlined.
Thank you. We'll open the questions up, and Vice Mayor, your light is on.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll start. What happens if we don't approve this?
If the board does not enact this ordinance, then our legal position remains that everything we currently have in place is compliant with federal anti-discrimination laws. That doesn't preclude the federal agencies that provide the county grant money from determining otherwise. But we think that enacting this emergency ordinance puts us in the best position possible to refute any subsequent argument that we're not in compliance with grant conditions. In other words, if this board were to pass this ordinance, our first argument would be we believe we are complying with grant conditions because we passed an emergency ordinance suspending whatever provisions may conflict with the grant conditions.
Thank you for that. My next question is, how many dollars are at risk?
Good afternoon. During fiscal year 2025, we received all grants, state and federal, approximately $602 million. Out of that, our Office of Management and Budget estimates $329 million relate to federal grants, just to give you a point of reference.
So $329 million are related to federal grants.
Right. For fiscal year 2025.
And would you happen to know some of our top programs that receive those federal grants?
By department, Palm Trend and airports come to mind immediately as high receivers of federal funds and state grants. Housing and economic development follows on third place.
So, I mean, right off the top, we would have to subsidize any federal grant dollars potentially that we receive for airports using ad valorem, but then we're stuck in a situation where we might have to cut Palm Tran or housing if we can't receive those federal grant dollars.
The possibility of not receiving, you're correct, the possibility of not receiving federal grants may have an impact on the budget that the board is considering for this year and future years as well.
And the amount, I mean, do we know approximately how many programs that we have to have matching funds to those grant dollars to make happen?
I don't have the summary for matching funds.
But wouldn't it then potentially put them at risk? Since I've been on this board 2.5 years, we have passed a lot of things that said we have matching dollars for this. But if all those matching dollars go away, we're talking a lot, it seems like, of programs that help a lot of our residents. Would they not then be at risk?
And those matching dollars are contained within the figures that I shared before. It's part of the grants we receive.
But
yes,
not an actual list of all those programs. Administrator Bunlaran, do you happen to have some of the top programs that, other than Palm Tran Airports and Housing, that get those dollars? I believe there's some food.
We have a list that we can distribute to you by department and break down where they get money in the aggregate from each federal and state department. What I have here doesn't delineate each individual program within it, but we can do runs through OFMB and get that information for if you need it. But there are extensive grants that we receive on the federal level that consist of, I mean, there are probably hundreds of them. I would venture to estimate in terms
I would
of
have
the
guessed
grants
hundreds
that we
as
get.
well. Programs that help our
Programs.
residents that would be at risk should this not pass today. And some of our most needy residents. So I would like us to keep that in mind. Also, there was something about some personal liability to this.
Yes, that's correct, Vice Mayor. Under the False Claims Act, anyone found to have knowingly misrepresented a fact in response to a grant application or as part of that grant application could face personal penalties. That includes the members of this commission in a personal capacity. That includes anyone who signed off on the grant. But the requirement is that that person knowingly misrepresented a fact in order to access the grant funds under the False Claims Act.
But you've told us, so now we are aware.
Well, again, the knowing standard is about knowing that you intended to defraud the federal government when you make a certification to a grant. What we're saying here today is there's a chance that the DOJ may interpret certain things as prosecutable under the False Claims Act, but we can't say for sure whether that meets the knowing standard until that burden of proof is met by the Attorney General or whichever prosecuting entity follows that.
I think we can read with our own two eyes the language of what they're saying, and to come to a different conclusion seems to be misleading, in my personal opinion. So I will, and to be personally liable is a whole nother standard. That means we are not covered. So this is very interesting. I'm gonna save the rest of my comments, but this is concerning.
Attorney Kaufman.
I just wanted to read a portion of the executive order that talks about what the president has objections to. And he's directing the Attorney General and Department of the Office of Personnel Management to coordinate the termination of all discriminatory programs, including illegal DEI and, quote, diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility mandates, policies, programs, preferences, and activities in the federal government under whatever name they appear. And then they're supposed to review all existing federal policies and programs. This issue came up to the county attorney's office because the Department of Airports received a $10 million grant. And in the $10 million grant, it had a condition that required that the airports certify that they are in full compliance with the president's policies and all executive orders. And the Department of Airports was not comfortable signing that grant agreement. And it also requires an attorney to sign that grant agreement. At the same time, we got a letter from the Department of Transportation, which explained that these all new grants are going to require compliance with the president's policies and all executive orders. And that when we are signing these agreements, we are certifying we understand that we would not receive this grant but for our certifications and our agreement that we're in full compliance. The importance of that is that creates step one of their cause of action against us, that they're relying on our certification. And they said that we will vigorously pursue anybody who is found to not be in compliance with False Claims Act prosecution. We also read memorandums from the office of Pam Bondi. Some of the office policy that she put forth required her office to go through every policy, practice, consent order, judgment, all sorts of things to verify that there were no DEI. And under the president's viewpoint, DEI means any kind of preference, any kind of set-asides, any kind of quotas, anything that would be different from total merit-based. His position is everything must be merit-based. So when we reviewed the contract, the grant agreement from the Department of Airports, the certifications required, we were very concerned about some of our programs. Because although we believe and are absolutely prepared to defend our programs, that they are legal, that doesn't mean that these agencies will interpret them the same way. It is clear the policy is not to have preferences or set-asides or special affirmative procurement initiatives that provide advantages to people under certain programs. For that reason, there is a real concern about how to address this. The solution that we proposed is this ordinance, and it would be up to the board if they agree that this is a correct temporary policy approach. And this is temporary. This is a suspension of portions of our policies that might be viewed by the federal government as DEI or violative of some of their other mandates. In addition to this, there's also concerns about gender identity and expression. They have that legally under federal law falls under sex, but we have a non-discrimination policy that calls that out. So we would suggest that we not call that out. So this is the reason we're coming before you. And if the board chooses not to do this, then we will definitely have to regroup and determine what we can do, if anything. We certainly can litigate if the board would choose for us to file suit. We can litigate. I would leave it to Isami to point out the implications of any potential litigation as far as the impact on funding, as well as what potential impacts there are if this suggestion is not something the board wants to do. And the board can always tell us to go back and try to come up with something else. But we have spent some time studying this, and it is definitely a quandary. Not every county has an EBO program, and that puts us in a special position.
Any follow-up, Vice Mayor?
Just one, Madam Mayor, thank you. What are the municipalities and surrounding counties doing?
Yes, we asked around. Broward County already repealed their equal business opportunity component some years back in response to litigation. For a while now, they've had a simple small business enterprise program that does not make any race or sex preferencing. We have reached out to other counties. We're still waiting to have a dialogue with Miami-Dade County. I did talk to some peers in Pinellas and peers who advise the Jacksonville Transit Authority. And again, they're not quite in the same position as we are. However, JTA is removing certain terminology from their outward-facing materials to try again, on advice of counsel, make the point that they're doing everything possible to not be found in non-compliance of these grant terms. Thank you.
Commissioner Weiss?
Thank you. You indicated there are provisions we are suspending. There are certain programs. I'd like to have them identified. What provisions, what programs specifically are we talking about?
Yes, Commissioner Weiss. The parts we're thinking of repealing are found in the wording that we've changed and redlined to the Equal Business Ordinance. We are going to be bringing an agenda item to discuss the county's non-discrimination resolution. That's what's scheduled after this agenda item. But sticking with the Equal Business Opportunity Ordinance, we're striking a reference to gender identity in that ordinance for the reasons that we've discussed about the President's executive order. We're also recommending that we strike the portions of the ordinance that relate to reporting requirements for why certain racial minorities may not have been hired for positions. To the extent that that practice is going on, we're saying we're suspending that as part of this emergency ordinance. We're also suspending anything that seems to provide for race or gender conscious APIs that's currently in the Equal Business Ordinance, as well as any enforcement tools that currently exist under the EPO ordinance for subcontractors that don't do the race and gender-based conscious goals that we currently have in the ordinance. It is those specific components of the current ordinance that we're seeking to suspend, at least until the resolution of the legal challenges to these emergency orders.
Follow up, Mayor? Sure. So you talk about legal challenges. Where are they? Where are they at right now?
Yes, Commissioner, they're all over the country. There's over hundreds of lawsuits that have been filed against the Trump administration and against federal agencies that have imposed grant conditions pursuant to the executive orders. Out of those hundreds of lawsuits that are all across the country, from the West Coast to Washington, D.C. to Rhode Island, out of those, 50 to 60 lawsuits are about budget freezes, where in cases where different municipalities and states have already had their funds frozen or are alleging that their funds have been frozen because they're not compliant with the presidential EOs. Of those 50 to 60 lawsuits, about 5 of them have or had preliminary injunctions imposed by a court. However, some of those preliminary injunctions that stayed the budget freezes from the federal government were reversed on appeal and are currently on appeal. In other words, when the trial court put an injunction in place to make sure funds were still flowing to the entities that sued, an appellate court reversed those injunctions and said, no, the funding freeze is in place until we resolve the entire litigation. Currently, there's a temporary restraining order in Seattle by King County that's suing the Housing and Urban Development Continuum of Care grants for the homeless. They're also suing the similar transit-based FTA grant conditions, and they're also suing to prevent some of the other conditions pursuant to the FAA grants that we're also receiving. In that lawsuit, the temporary restraining order is in place only until tomorrow because they're still briefing whether or not the plaintiffs in those cases are entitled to a preliminary injunction. So it's still very early days yet as far as the legal challenges to both the EOs and the grant conditions. And this is why the County Attorney's Office is recommending a suspension of portions of our program as opposed to a repeal, because we do not know and we will not know the outcome of that litigation, likely until the Supreme Court of the United States itself decides some of these cases by June of next year. So we may not have a final legal answer. In the meantime, all of these plaintiffs are having mixed success with whether to keep those federal funds flowing to them. So that is the dilemma that the legal landscape currently presents this board.
Thank you.
Commissioner Woodward.
Thank you, Mayor. So just to start, our EBO has reduced certified small businesses. What this suspension would be putting into effect is anything that is the race or gender-based part of it. Our small businesses that are certified would remain in this program, and any of the small business parts that we have, those APIs where it's local, they're Palm Beach County businesses, that part of this would remain in effect. Is that correct?
Let me hand it over to my colleague Richard Senna. He can better answer the questions about the current ordinance.
Good afternoon, Richard Senna from the County Attorney's Office. That's correct. So all women business enterprises and minority business enterprises are also small business enterprises. So they're all small businesses, and that gender and race neutral portion of the program would persist under the suspension.
Okay, so by suspending this, we would not be removing women or minority-based businesses that are in the program. It would just remove their separate category. So it would be all small business And then when we have certain parts of contracts that go out that's for a small business, they would all still be eligible. We wouldn't have to redo any certifications or no one would have to come back to us to get this. We're just changing their category to be a blanket small business, right?
Correct. In effect, they would all just be in the same bucket of small business enterprise.
Okay, and then as far as, I think the anti-discriminatory part is on the next one, but, all of our, there's federal law about the anti-discrimination. All of that remains in effect. So it's there's two areas of this where one, we are putting certain race or gender businesses into an opportunity, like a specified opportunity with what exists now with our APIs. By removing this, it just puts all small businesses together. But of course, our anti-discrimination, that remains in effect. There's no change to that other than to remove the language, which is in the next part anyway.
Right. What we're doing is essentially we're removing gender identity as a county recognized class, but federal law currently includes that under sex discrimination.
Your sex discrimination. Okay, and that's for discrimination. So no one, based on the list, you can't be discriminated against.
That's correct.
Okay, and then as far as the False Claims Act, I know on the one that brought this to our attention is the airport. So we have to have a county attorney and the director of the airport sign it. But on other ones, other grants, who all would be responsible for signing these? There's different people depending on what it is. So who all would, I know the mayor's one. So who all would be required that would fall under this False Claims Act if we don't do this?
So depending on the department, I'll give PalmTran as an example because I review and typically sign the certifications for PalmTran. For PalmTran, those grants are usually the mayor will sign if it goes as an agenda item, or her designee, which by resolution is typically the county administrator that would sign. Every now and then, the PalmTran executive director is also given a delegation to sign those. So it's those three individuals plus the assistant county attorney that signs off in the portal for the TRAMS grant management system. So that's
just one department.
That's just one department. But who signs every specific one across all the departments would depend on who has the legal delegation of authority to do so.
Which is a number of different individuals, depending.
Correct.
There's a lot of people who are delegated to sign on this. And can you, just for clarification, the False Claims Act, in the simplest of terms, if someone is found to, be prosecuted for that violation, what does that look like?
That's correct. There's individual criminal prosecution, but there's also, they can go after the county to recoup the funds that were received fraudulently or via that misrepresentation. So there's a dual component to how the Department of Justice could seek to enforce that act. Those are basically the two categories of options. Either way, it would involve the county having to reimburse those funds, but it would also involve the individuals who signed off. The allegation would be that they knowingly misrepresented, so they would be sought after individually.
And to be clear, because I know some of this language could date back decades even, and my question to you had been, if with what you've put before us, if we pass this, do we have the flexibility if something a few months from now we were to be investigated and they find a department that still has some of this language, are we able to revert back to this ordinance? We passed this ordinance on June 3rd, so that would come back and everyone who signed in that time wouldn't be found to be in violation of the False Claims Act. Does this give us cover for that?
I mean, that's certainly the legal argument we're trying to avail the county of, is we would point to this emergency ordinance as the sign that certainly anything that followed after this ordinance was enacted shouldn't be prosecutable as a knowing violation.
Okay. Well, thank you for the work that you put into this. I mean, I think whether or not, we want to get into the language, we all understand the intent of what the executive order said, and with what, the False Claim Act being put here, that this is to be taken seriously. And it behooves us to do this, for you to bring it to us. I would not ask our mayor or anyone else to sign something with what you've presented. I don't think that that would be responsible. And I also do not feel it would be responsible to put hundreds of millions of dollars on the line for this. You know, we can keep our small business program. Everyone would still be certified. We might have to adjust a few things, but we can still continue to function. I would not support trying to fight this. There's no reason for us to become a target. We understand what they're asking, and I think what you've presented gives us pretty good cover for that. So I would be in support. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Powell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, for bringing this forward. And thank you for giving me the opportunity. Thank you to the County Attorney's Office for doing the research necessary and bringing this to us to do your best to protect the county. I say that with the full and comprehensive understanding of what an executive order is. And this executive order, we've got two executive orders that we're looking at, 14168 and 14173. And right here within the executive order itself, it says, and I'll pick a point, institutions of higher education have adopted and actively use dangerous, demeaning, and immoral race and sex-based preference under the guise of so-called diversity, quote, diversity, equity, and inclusion, or diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility that can violate the civil rights laws of this nation. This executive order within itself is subjective. And it starts off by referencing the Civil Rights Act. It's concerning that we're at a place in this country where I've spent the last few years of my elected office dealing with CRT, then woke, and now DEI. And we're getting closer and closer to what I believe people really want to say, and I don't want to get there here. You all, the Attorney's Office has indicated that you believe that we have, or we are already in compliance. However, we do know that even looking at this subjective executive order, that we, although this is the federal money, we are a donor state, we send more money to the federal government than comes back to us, which should be our money. We don't have the ability to hold our money and use it. We have to ask for it back. And the challenge is, in this subjective executive order, it can be subjectively executed and determined that we are not meeting what is considered the law, and that's problematic. The challenge I also have is now, as we've delved further and further along, and we're talking about grant funding, it's a challenge that people whose livelihoods are at stake. We talk about the Office of OEBO. We talk about some of these programs that come to us, federal monies that will be expended, and it's all through this ordinance, where we've got some contracts and RFPs that go out through the county, where these things are built in for a reason. There's a reason that we're doing a disparity study. You can walk into many rooms and many businesses today and see that there's a need and a necessity. It's troubling that this is an executive order that's issued and we have to respond to it. Hardworking Americans who deserve a shot at the American dream should not be stigmatized, demeaned, or shut out of opportunities because of their race or sex. This is pushed on us. The county attorney's office has indicated that we should be doing this in order to protect the grant funding, and funding that we receive from the federal government. And many times over my political career, I've heard people quote civil rights icons, and they use the quotes that fit that moment. Dr. King, right? But one of the quotes, we'll talk about Dr. King, or we'll talk about Rosa Parks, or we'll talk about the most prevalent people. We don't talk about the civil rights icons that are less mentioned, but let's focus on Dr. King. And one of the quotes by Dr. King is, "The time is always right to do what is right." And although I believe that it may be necessary for the board to protect the funds of this county, as an individual member of this board, I do know right from wrong. And I'm looking at this executive order, both of them, and they're not right. The language in them are subjective, and it doesn't sit well with me morally or ethically, and therefore the board will do what it has to do, and I'll do what I have to do in this particular instance. And I just can't see a reason to support this, but I do understand the challenge of us waiting until June of next year for the Supreme Court to come up with a decision. That's problematic for the whole of Palm Beach County, and I understand that as well. Not in my wildest dreams did I believe that we would be here, but we're here. It started with CRT, we went on to woke, now we're at DEI, and within the next couple of years, I'm very concerned at how far we will go, but I will stand against anything that I don't believe to be ethically right and that doesn't sit right with me morally. So with that being said, it's comments as opposed to questions, and I'm disappointed, but what can we do? We have to move forward.
Commissioner Flores.
Oh. So I am conflicted over this suspension. And I'm trying to do the math. But I prepared some statements, so I'm going to read them first, and then I will make my decision after. I'm speaking not just as your county commissioner today, but personally, as someone who understands firsthand the impact of being included and excluded from opportunity. The conversation to suspend diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives is deeply troubling. These programs were not created to divide us, but to correct long-standing inequities, to expand opportunities, and to recognize the values of every individual brings to our community. DEI is not about preference. It's about fairness. It's about leveling the playing field so that talent, effort, and commitment, not race, not gender, or background, determine success. This discussion is not just philosophical. DEI programs have fueled local economic growth by helping small businesses owned by minorities and women access public contracts. They have opened doors for veterans like myself, people with disabilities, and historically underrepresented groups. Ending these efforts now would not only erase progress, it would punish the very communities that have helped build this country and county. Yes, I understand there's pressure from executive orders and shifting national rhetoric, but we are not required to surrender our values. We can comply with the law without abandoning our commitment to equity. We are accountable to our residents, all of our residents, and we must not pretend that discrimination and disparity are things of the past. They're still here, and suspending DEI won't erase inequities. It will only make it harder to fix. This isn't about politics. This is about people, our neighbors, our children, our workforce, and our future. I am committed to fairness, opportunity, and inclusion for everyone in Palm Beach County. Because when we invest in every part of our community, we all rise. With that being said, I don't want to risk $329 million that come into our neighbors, into our neighborhoods, to provide essential services that we all rely on. This decision is extremely hard because there's no bone in my body that wants to approve this suspension. But I will do it, only because I don't want to jeopardize the livelihood of some.
Thank you. Commissioner Weiss?
So, this morning we gave out proclamations, we made a resolution specifically recognizing the disparities and the divisions that people have suffered in this country. It's the irony that this is happening on that same day. It can't be lost on anybody. This is one of the hardest votes I'm having to take in public office. This is forcing local governments to follow every executive order, past, present, and future, if we want to keep receiving our federal funding. If we don't comply, we lose those funds, and potentially staff and us face criminal charges and personal liability. I don't support this policy. It's an attack on local control, and it threatens the fairness that we all have been working on so hard to build into our system. For years, we've made sure that small businesses, especially those owned by women, minorities, and historically excluded groups, have a fair shot at doing business with the county. This new policy puts that progress at risk. But the reality is, if we don't comply, we lose millions in federal dollars, our money, the money that taxpayers in this county sent to Washington, D.C., that pays for education, health care, affordable housing, and public safety. Losing this money will hit our most vulnerable residents the hardest: seniors, families, and kids who depend on county services. Other cities and counties across the country are facing the same impossible decision. And as we've heard, many are suing or working with legal groups to challenge the policy in court. Some are calling on Congress. I believe the courts have to review this quickly. This policy raises serious constitutional questions, and we need the judiciary to weigh in. So today, even though I deeply disagree, I have no choice but to vote to pause our local programs because the alternative is to pull the rug out from under the people who need our help the most. This isn't the end of the fight. We need to do everything we can through the courts, through legislation, and standing with others across the country who believe in fairness and local control. Our values matter. And I want to make sure that we fight for every resident, no matter who they are, that they have a real shot at opportunity and support. This is awful. This is complete overreach.
Clerk Abruzzo, did you have a comment?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. With your indulgence, I just wanted to add some context because I recently had to go through this exercise at our office. We receive 5D grant money, which is a federal and state process grant. So both, we have to comply to both federal and state, and that has to do with child support. We administer all the court-ordered child support, both the collection and the payment, so that money is vital to one of the most important services we provide. And in doing so, we had to comply with President Trump's directive and Governor DeSantis' directive. What we are able to still do, and again, I wanted to add this into context, when it comes to awards, for instance, one of the largest vendors is the collection agencies for the county, which I oversee. We have one of our vendors is a small business, women-owned business that she received the points, Melissa Nash Andrews. But right now, under our current suspension of our policy, she still is awarded points under the small business portion, but not woman-owned. Same for veterans, very important to us at the clerk's office. We're still able to award those points for veterans' preferences. So again, just went through it and had to make the decisions like you all on the board today, and just know I understand how difficult it is. Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. A few more questions. How much money do we spend, or did we spend on the first disparity study? Approximately.
Approximately 700,000.
And how much has currently been spent on the one that is in progress now?
The contract is for $425,531. $425,531.
And how much additional staff had to be hired after the implementation of going, because we used to, as a county, we used to do what we're talking about going back to before we reached this point. So when we went from just awarding small business enterprise contracts to including race and gender, how much more money did we have to spend?
So back in, let me make sure I'm following your question. Before the Office of Equal Business Opportunity became what it is today, it was called the Office of Small Business Access Opportunity. Tanya Davis, you're in the audience. Any chance you have available the numbers of employees before and after?
Sure, there were 9 employees.
Good afternoon, Board. There were 9 employees prior to the office becoming the Office of Equal Business Opportunity. Prior to that, we were the Office of Small Business Assistance. There was a total of 9 staff.
And how many do you currently have?
12.
And how much does it cost to run the current program?
The operating budget is about $481,000.
Thank you. Also, I was looking up after listening to some of my fellow commissioners. I wanted to know what the definition of discrimination was. And the definition of discrimination, according to online, discrimination is the act of unfairly treating someone differently based on their membership in a group, like race, gender, age, religion, or sexual orientation. This doesn't say a certain race, a certain gender, or anything. That is discrimination. And I stand firmly against discrimination because I believe in equality. And equality comes with a merit-based system. And I believe our taxpayers deserve the best job for the best price. And I stand strongly for that. I don't agree that this is a terrible thing to happen. I don't agree that having the best person for the best job at the best price for our taxpayers is a bad thing. I can't be any more in support of something that gets rid of things based on race, whether it's one way or the other. That's a terrible way for society to thrive, and we got rid of it. And to go back to it is awful. I don't agree with my fellow commissioners on this. We won't agree. I still love them. I still care for them. And I still want what's best for them. But we will disagree on this policy and what is best. I am supporting this because we shouldn't be here. And I'm going to quote a line because Commissioner Powell made me think of it by Dr. King, who said he had a dream that one day we would be based on the content of our character and not the color of our skin. And that is exactly where I want to be. And I'm going to take it a step further. That if you read, and I've never hidden from the fact that I believe in the Bible, I will not shy away from that. And I will tell you, never in there does it say we should base anything on race, one way or the other. And it is all about love and bringing people together regardless of our skin color. So the idea that getting rid of programs that give preference based on race, I think that's a good thing. And I think it is a taxpayer benefit to our residents and to everyone. And to get the best job for the best dollars. And I'm not going to shy away from saying that. We should lean into loving everyone, and having racially preferenced programs doesn't do that. It is saying that because of the color of your skin, you don't get as many points as somebody else who has a different color. And a point-based system that bases racial preferences, I think, is terrible for everyone. Now, I am supporting this also because we have $329 million in grant funds at stake. The taxpayers shouldn't have to pay all those dollars. We shouldn't have to get rid of programs that actually benefit the people that need it the most. 100%. This is terrible that we can't understand why we should be supporting this and not condemning it. So I am going to say I am supporting this for multiple reasons. But I will leave you with, we are responsible to the taxpayers and our residents and the constituents who need these dollars the most. But we are also responsible to be held to a higher standard. So I am going to close on that and just say thank you, staff, for bringing this to us. Thank you for the research.
Commissioner Woodward and then Commissioner Powell.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to be clear where we are, you are seeking board direction, and I very much agree with what the Vice Mayor said, and I believe that what is listed in here is the approval of the waiver of notice for us to do an emergency ordinance, and the language that you have in the emergency ordinance is what has been discussed. I haven't heard any discussion from this board to change any of what was presented. So I would like to make the motion to, can we do all of these together? I mean, the board direction, I think, has been handled. And we would approve the waiver and then approve the emergency ordinance. Can I take those all together? Okay. Would like to make the motion for that. And we also have 2 non-speaking cards. Thank you.
So we have a motion and a second. We have 2 cards. Commissioner Powell, your light is on.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I'll say this, there's a reason that we've got these programs. There's a reason that this Constitution has a Bill of Rights. And, you know, we talk about the Constitution, and I think it was penned in 1787, but there's several amendments to it. Among those are amendments number 13, 14, 15, Amendment 19, which gives women the right to vote. And then we talk about where we are in America. And as much as I love all of my colleagues and I support their ideas, I do live in an America where I've been in rooms where we talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion, but we leave out the point that there are rooms where people did not earn it. And we often quote Dr. Martin Luther King, and people don't know Dr. King like I know Dr. King. Because as much as we can talk about the dream, we can also talk about the other America. In this America, Dr. King quotes that there's one America that is a beautiful situation. And in a sense, this is America overflowing with the milk of prosperity and the honey of opportunity. It's the America that is the habitat of millions of people who have food and material necessities for their bodies and culture and education for their minds. But tragically, and unfortunately, there is another America, right? And this is America that has a daily ugliness about it that constantly transforms the ebulliency of hope into the fatigue of despair. In this America, millions of work-starved men walk the streets daily in search for jobs that do not exist. See, in this America, millions of people find themselves living in rat-infested, vermin-filled slums. In this America, people are poor by the millions. See, they find themselves perishing on a lonely island of poverty in the midst of a vast ocean of material prosperity. See, in this America, we often sit on this board and we talk about the opportunity for housing. And we can talk about affordable or workforce housing, but even when we talk about affordable and workforce housing does not afford many of the people who live in District 7 the opportunity to live comfortably at over $2,000 for a unit. We often like to say we don't want to put programs in place that look at race or gender or the diversity, but I believe that it's the diversity of this country that makes us a better country. I believe it's the opportunity for all of us to be inclusive, to learn from each other that allows us to have the ability to understand each other. The most segregated time in America is on a Sunday afternoon when people are in church. But guess what? That's not the only time that people are segregated. When we go into our own communities, many times we are segregated into those communities. And if we sit here and rightfully believe that we don't need programs in place to police how we deal with other people, then we're sadly mistaken, because of all of the different individuals who come into my office, the upper level executives, they've made conscious decisions to not be inclusive, many of the times. But it's okay for us to sit here and talk about merit-based. Let's talk about merit-based. As I sit here, there are many people who I've run into who have had outstanding merits, who should have climbed the highest ranks, even when it comes to the presidency. However, in these systems where we pick and choose, sometimes the best does not rise to the top. So I cannot sit idly by and indicate that these programs are not necessary and base it on the idea of what Dr. King said. Because as I would tell people oftentimes, when we tell the story, tell the whole story. And if you want to quote it, know the entirety of the quote, understand the full body of work and research, so you'll understand that Dr. King, while he was here, was not a one-dimensional character. And although after his passing, many people have indicated that we love Dr. King, when he was on this earth, he did not see that same type of love. I can assure you of that. Pull the newspapers from the time when Dr. King was here. So this is not a white and black issue, it's a dynamic issue. And until we get it right, we have to make sure there are programs in place to protect people. And it's not the reverse. Because until what we see as a result of what we put in place matches our demographic, it will not be done correctly. Remember, Dr. King did have a dream, but there are also two Americas. Thank you.
Commissioner Flores.
I understand it's hard to understand some of these concepts. You've never worked a day in my shoes. Oftentimes, I'm the most prepared in a room. I hold a bachelor's degree, I will hold a master's degree, speak 2 languages, served in the military. I've done things nobody else has done. Been in Afghanistan, worn this flag proudly. I've defended this great nation of ours. So when we talk about merit, most of the times, it's going to be very few people that are going to take that on me, other than Isami. Isami holds almost every degree out there. My point is, folks, merit is not always like it sounds. If it was on merit, I would have landed every job that I ever wanted. That's not the case. The case is every time I want to speak in public, I have to polish the words I'm going to use so that my goddamn accent doesn't show up. That's sad. Eleven-year-old having to polish my English in front of a mirror, repeat the same word over and over and over until I erase my accent. That's sad. In this great America that we live, that I fought for, that everybody has the freedom, that's the reality of our youth. By the way, I'm a U.S. citizen. I was born in America, defended this great nation of ours. And Commissioner Powell couldn't have said it better. It's sad that we have to have this discussion, that I have to share this with you. I've been told by fellow military personnel to go back to my country. You have not been subjected to what I have been subjected. You have not seen what I have seen. We live in South Florida, and we are blessed that we have such great diversity in Florida. That's not true across America. You have no idea how my heart breaks right now. It pains me to have to vote for this. I'm telling you, I do not want to vote for this, but the only reason I'm voting for it is because there's monies that our community needs. But don't try to paint it as something else than what it is. We deserve better. This is the freedom I fought for.
Commissioner Weiss?
First, I want to thank my colleagues for their comments, all of them. But there's a reason why we have these programs. We had to prove it. We had to prove it that discrimination took place. That's what the disparity study does. We couldn't have them without it. So it was proven to exist. And I would like to believe, and I hope for the day, that everybody can be judged on their merits, but we don't all start off in the same place either. There are many people in this country that were systematically subjected and held back and not given the opportunity because of who they are. I can't sit here with my colleague on my right. I've never walked in your shoes. But I know there are places today in this county I can't join, I can't be a member of. And it's not because of what I've done. It's not because of what I've accomplished or not accomplished. It's because of who I was born to. That's not right. But that's happened, and it has happened for decades, in fact, centuries in this country. And these programs are to try and fix some of these things that have gone on. And we've seen what has happened, and when we talk about the growth of the size of these programs, we should celebrate that. That means we're getting more people engaged and involved, and that means more people are getting an opportunity that have never had that opportunity before. That's the American dream, that everybody has the opportunity. This is the greatest country on this planet. But I can't sit back and say there was no need for these programs. There's a need, there's a continuing need, and I hope the day comes back quickly when we're able to reinstate these programs to give people those opportunities. And I know we'll have that small business program, and I know we're going to have other programs to help people. But to think that this hasn't happened and it's not reality, it is reality. And I know we all want to love one another, and I know we all want the best for one another. But sometimes people just need the opportunity. And I want to make sure everybody has that opportunity.
We have speaking cards, if they're still here.
Actually, they both submitted comments asking to be read into the record as they had to leave. Okay. Sylvia Sharps, being a 31-year grant writer, I understand the importance of these grants, but ask that the board remain aware and not become automatically agreeable or allow fealty to become the norm. Neil Schiller, Moss Construction proudly supports EBO programs and has seen firsthand how this helps small, women, and minority-owned businesses grow. Moss has continuously met or exceeded all EBO goals and endeavors to continue to do so in the future.
Thank you.
She submitted on the next item. Did she want to speak on? It was, she has it. You can speak, yeah. You submitted on the next item, but you can come on this one, okay. Mrs. Mary Brum?
Miss Mary Bram again, and I too come with sad hearts. But I realize that your backs are up against the wall. You did not ask for this. None of us asked for this. And I'm quite sure in here, all of us can relate to some story of where we have been, that we had to prove ourselves over and over and over, again and again and again. Miss Bram has been there as well, but I kept on pressing. I kept on pressing. Because this money that you are going to get, balance it. Balance it. You see what you're working with here. And you see what is at stake here. Palm train business. Newborn babies. Veterans. See, I'm a senior. I may not look like it, but I'm a senior. Not just a senior, but I am a full-blown senior that have been on this battlefield a long, long time. When we talk about diversity and inclusive, Miss Brown fought for exactly that. Not taking sides with anybody but the children. I didn't care whether you were Jewish, Hispanic, African Americans. Miss Brown said that this place needed to be built to incorporate everybody, to make everybody feel like they were human beings, that they belonged it somewhere, and the children to realize that it's not where they had been, but it was where they was going at in life. That's what we do. Yeah, we've been thrown a rock. We've been thrown our backs against the wall. But when we close our eyes, and that's to death, we would not open them up. But as long as we have eyes, we make it work. We make it work with what we have and what we can do. And that's what I'm asking you as a board to do. See, I'm a stickler for children. I have 2 grandchildren. And I always told my grandchildren, one graduated from college, accounting, business, lawyers, everything. That's you. I have another granddaughter. She goes to Oxbridge Academy. She's in the 12th grade. You must succeed. This is what we have always told them. Because it's always that no matter who you are or where you are, we continuously have to prove ourselves over and over and over again. So I'm asking you as a board to make this work, to find some balance, to find some common grounds. Do some of those things that you can do, please, so Ms. Brown would not have to come back in here and shed these tears today, because I know that your backs are up against the wall. I do realize that, but I'm asking you in the spirit of love, peace, and unity, and harmony. He's done a good job too. Todd, you've done a good job, so I wanted to tell you.
Thank you.
So I thank you. Make it work. Make it work. Tell Ms. Brown that you're gonna make it work, so you won't have to see you.
I've been relatively quiet. What I see for this, at this juncture, as a board, is that this is a temporary insurance policy for our taxpayers and our grant programs. And I realize that we need 6 of our commissioners to vote for this in order for this to pass. So do I need a roll call vote, or can we just do a regular vote? Okay. So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Nay. See that the motion carries 6-1. And don't let it be said that our board is not filled with passion and compassion, because we do our homework, we take this seriously. Sorry. And we also want to do the best we can to protect all of our 1.5 million people that live here. Thank you. With that, we still have business. We are on item 6D2.
Thank you, sir.
We're changing attorneys?
Yes. They kept the second string for this important item. It's a very quick, two resolutions, actually, and thank you to the preparation that Masimba provided. I don't need to go through all the executive orders. The county has a non-discrimination policy, 2017-1770. It contains the words gender identity or expression. We have problems contracting with universities, colleges, and schools who provide us with research. They provide us with various interns, and we can't contract with them because of these words. So we're asking you to remove those words from our non-discrimination policy. That's A. And B is asking you to re-examine a resolution that created an Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion that was done by an amendment to the county's administrative code. So we're asking you to now eliminate that office. The office was never staffed. I understand at one point there may have been job applications submitted for the office, but for some reason it was never pursued and it was never staffed. That was in 2021 that it was created. So again, because it is an Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion and would create some issues regarding those executive orders, we're asking you to eliminate that office. So those are the two resolutions in this agenda item.
Any questions?
Mayor, do we have cards? Mayor, I'll make the motion to approve 6D2 A and B.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, see that motion carries 6-0.
Thank you.
Okay.
Do we need a presentation for airports?
No, God, no.
Do we have any cards? Mayor, I'd like to make the motion to approve 6E1, A, B, C, and D.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, see that motion carries 7-0. Wow, okay, we're at the part of our agenda which is board appointments. Does anyone have any appointments?
I do.
Vice Mayor?
Yes. I have 4, so bear with me. I am appointing Jerry Harrison to Aviation and Airports Advisory Board. For number 2, I'm appointing John Carter to the Sports Commission. For number 3, I'm appointing Sasha Lopez to the Commission on Women. And 4, also her to the Fair Housing and Equal Employment Advisory Board.
Anyone else have district appointments? I'm going to actually, if I carried it down with me. I asked earlier today about board appointments, and I forgot to carry it down with me. On the planning board, it does in fact say that we should be appointing people from our districts. That was a question that I asked earlier. I went through the board book, which I thought I had here, which I don't at the moment, and, actually I do. If you look at the Palm Beach County Directory of Boards and Committees, while we are able to appoint people to certain boards, some of them say that it has to be within our district. Planning, it says 2 per each BCC district. Personnel Appeals Board says 1 per each BCC district. So as we talked about it earlier today, if we're talking about having representation from all of our districts, I actually, when I have appointed people to the boards that I've appointed them to, I've done it out of my district. so that I had district representation. So while it is not required for some of the boards, it is required for others. I would just ask the board when they're doing that to look at the descriptions and for a fair representation, appoint from it's just a suggestion, it's nothing else, but try to keep it appointments within your district. So other than that, we are now on to
Board direction?
board direction. Do we have any?
I believe.
Commissioner Woodward?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I sent all of you an email. If you remember, I believe it was last month, we had Coleman Park come to us with problems with FPL, having they needed to underground their utilities and were unaware at the process, and had future discussions with them. And with our Housing and Economic Development, they helped me draft this to add, if you'll see the highlighted section on the second page, this would be preconditions to closing on the funding. This does not mean that would be required information for us to have when we vote on a project, but before we actually give them any money, these would be required. Approved site plan development order, approved project plans, including civil design and utilities, and copy of construction contract to be executed after closing. This would just help ensure that whenever we vote on these items and we actually allocate the money, whether it's bond money or HIP money, that these things are taken care of so that we don't find ourselves in another similar situation where a project comes to us with unanticipated cost. This is not part of the actual voting or the RFP process, but this would just be making sure before we give any money to or transfer money to the project, these things are checked off. So is there any questions or discussion on this?
Sounds like a good idea.
Okay, thank you. So I'd like to have receive and file and give the that department this direction.
Thank you for bringing that up. Any comments, Todd?
I have a couple of just brief comments, if that's okay. First off, thank you to the board for your support in the role of interim administrator. I will promise that we will keep this county moving forward, and we'll do everything we can with the great team we have here to fulfill some of the needs that you put out. So thank you for that. Secondly, we do have some board directives to update for you, so if we can receive and file those. But first, I just wanted to point out a couple of them. One, we will be doing a septic to sewer workshop in August. Yes, ma'am.
Hold on. Vice Mayor Baxter also had
Yes.
direction. We haven't gotten to comments. So is it direction or comments? Okay.
Sorry, Todd, didn't mean to cut you short. It's more so direction. I'd like, without objection, to send a letter supporting Kaiser's University's request for an appropriation of $4 million to establish a simulation center of excellence in West Palm Beach for Homeland Security. So I'd like us, the board, to send a letter in support. Well, as a board, if we could, that would be amazing.
Commissioner Sachs?
Is that $4 million? Where does that come from? Are we just saying
Federal.
Pardon me?
It would be for a federal appropriation.
Wonderful idea.
I don't see any objection from the board. Anyone else have board direction? Okay. Todd, continue, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Please and thank you.
Just on a couple of board directives that we had. One, we'll be coming back with an update on septic to sewer in a more comprehensive meeting in August on a workshop agenda, because we have a few directives that we'd like to close out with that. Secondly, the gas tax dollars discussion with Palm Trend that was brought up, we're going to incorporate that into our discussion next Tuesday when we come back for the budget meeting. And then the fluoride issue, we'll be circulating a memo to the BCC. We were not planning on coming back in a workshop, but we'll provide a memo for you on how we're closing that particular item out. Your budget packets for next Tuesday are out, and they have been released today as we've been here. So you should have that packet in your office. And if you have any questions, we'll come by individually and see you this week. So please let us know. But I think we've kind of dealt with a lot of the direction from the 20th workshop. and we've been able to resolve a number of those issues, particularly with some of the additional dollars that we were received from the property appraiser's office. Also, concerning next Tuesday's BCC meeting, we did not have a chance to put that live today. We typically wait till after this board meeting is over when we have back-to-back. That will not be published until tomorrow morning, so I apologize for that, but I just wanted to give you an advance on that. We do have some cleanup to do on that tonight based on some of the directives and movement of maybe some other items onto that agenda. So that's it. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, Isami, I think we can maybe move that postponed agenda item to next week, so that was part of the plan as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Weiss, your light is on.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Todd, how much additional funding came in versus what we were?
The additional funding that came in was just over $11 million and from property tax estimates that we got on June 1st. And we share that in the cover memo with you, and you'll see where some of those dollars that we've asked to be directed. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, I had a meeting last week with the sheriff, and he told me that $20 million that's not for us to negotiate. We either give him what he wanted or what his budget is requesting, or we don't, in which case then I guess there's a procedure we follow, and it goes to the governor.
Commissioners, I think you'll find in the memo that we provided, we worked throughout the weekend with the sheriff and over the last few days to, I think, resolve the issue that we had with the sheriff, and that will be reflected in the memo and in the presentation that we will be providing to you. So I think that we've been able to resolve that issue, and I want to thank the sheriff and his staff for working throughout the weekend with us on that, but I think we've got a good resolution to present to you.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else? No? Okay. Commissioner
Mayor,
Carter.
may I be recognized?
sorry?
Sorry, we need a motion to receive and file.
I have a motion from Commissioner Woodward, a second from Vice Mayor Baxter. All in favor, all opposed. See that motion carries 7-0.
Madam Mayor, can I just one last thing? I'd like to congratulate Commissioner Sachs on the birth of her grandchild. We had a chance to hear him briefly during our agenda review yesterday, and it was music to my ears. So congratulations.
Thank you. All right, Commissioner comments. Commissioner Powell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a couple of off-site proclamations. I would like to request an off-site approval for a proclamation declaring June 18th as Unified Members of Palm Beaches Day. I would like to do another off-site proclamation. Do I have to do them all at once?
Go ahead.
Okay, perfect. Requesting an off-site approval of a proclamation recognizing the 10th anniversary of New Leaders Council of Palm Beach. Requesting an off-site approval for a proclamation declaring June 2025 as Summer Reading Month, and then requesting an off-site approval for a proclamation declaring June 22nd, 2025 as the Synergy Network Day.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, all opposed. See that motion carries 7-0 for the 4 off-site requests.
No further comments other than I want to thank staff who was here earlier, the attorney staff as well as the rest of our staff for working through what we would consider a tough agenda today, including our administrative staff working through all of that. So thank you all for your hard work and continued collaboration.
Commissioner Weiss.
Thank you, Mayor. Just again, thanking staff, and I think I've said enough today.
Vice Mayor Baxter.
I think I've said enough. Thank you.
Commissioner Woodward.
Thank you. I've said enough, except for congratulations on the new boy. He's adorable. Happy retirement to Virginia. Hopefully she's traveling well. And good job on your first day as administrator, Mr. Bonlaren. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Sachs.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. I have two off-site proclamations. One is declaring June 27, 2025 as National HIV Testing Day. Second, good, thank you. And also declaring June 7th, 2025 as Jean Marie Middleton Day. She's our president of the Palm Beach County Bar, and she'll be installed this weekend.
We have a motion and a second.
Thank you
All
very
in
much.
favor, all opposed, see that motion carries 7-0.
And I'd also like to say to all my commissioners, colleagues who shared such personal stories that we are family. And I've gotten to know many of you, and now today more than ever. And I'm very grateful for that. And I'd like to say that Mr. Von Laren, it's a pleasure to have you as our county administrator. And congratulations to my son-in-law, Kieran, and my daughter, Natasha, and the beautiful baby. Thank you.
Commissioner Flores?
Yeah, I'm requesting an offsite proclamation for the recognition of the 75th anniversary of the start of the Korean War.
Second, I'll just do all of them.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, all opposed, see that motion carries 7-0.
And I want to apologize to this board and the administration and anyone listening for using Gut's name in vain. I shouldn't have done that, and I apologize.
Thank you. I would like to Attorney Kaufman.
Oh, thank you very much. I just wanted to update the board. Since we've been in this meeting, I've been advised that there's been a new order in what we call our trucker case, and this is the case where they were contesting the ULDC provisions back in 2019 about truck parking, and we were successful in getting a final summary judgment on that case. It was a bit of a convoluted mess, and that a judge entered the final summary judgment, and then another judge entered a different order, but the second judge vacated the second order, and so we're back to the first order that grants the final summary judgment. There's likely to be further court proceedings because we always carry these court proceedings out for a long time. Probably be rehearings, maybe appeals, but it's a very successful conclusion at this point.
Thank you. Commissioner Weiss, would you please request an off-site proclamation for me for June 11th, Holocaust Survivor Day?
I would be honored to request an off-site proclamation of June 11th for Holocaust Survivor Day.
And I'll second it.
All in favor, all opposed, see that motion carries 7-0. And before we adjourn, I just want to say it was a heavy lift today. Thank you all for keeping your composure because it is emotional sometimes up here. And we try to do our part to try to not be emotional. So thank you, staff. Thank you to the board. And on a different note, has everybody filled out their Form 6? Because it is due by the end of this month. So here is your reminder to fill out your Form 6. And with that, we are adjourned.